I feel like I can't say that it's the worst thing I've ever read, but I think it's the worst thing that I've ever read. Thank you, Surfshark, for sponsoring this video. All right, friends, lovers, countrymen, I've gathered you here today. We're just gonna dive right into it because, to be perfectly honest with you, this video has taken me several years to complete, and it's just like, it's now or never, right? You do it or you don't. So this is gonna be half recap, half alchemy lesson, half my formal audition to play Pammy in Ninth House, and like half eugenics disparaging commentary. Roll the intro. I don't think I have an intro. Do I have to make an intro to say that? A Discovery of Witches is a 2011 contemporary fantasy novel by Deborah Harkness. It might be Deborah. I always feel like if there's an H, it's Deborah. I could have looked it up. It's the first book in the All Souls trilogy. It was adapted into a television show starting in 2018 and has a follow-up novella that you could not pay me enough money to read. I mean, you probably could, but like, no one's going to. The other thing that A Discovery of Witches is a thorn in my side. A thorn in my side, a great big gaping wound of disappointment that has been following me around for years. It has been sitting on my shoulder like a Walmart devil, okay? It's not even a good enough devil to be interesting and catch my attention. The other reason that this video has taken so long is because the central theme in this book series and television show is alchemy. And alchemy, well, if you ask me what alchemy is, which you should not, but if you do, I will tell you that it's like an ancient, magic-adjacent, science-flavored practice. But if you ask literally anyone or anything else, you're gonna get several thousand different answers, like including everything from healing ointments to finding inner peace to understanding the relationship of humanity and the cosmos, okay? Like one of the earliest written down definitions of alchemy that we have is literally the composition of waters, movement, growth, embodying and disembodying, drawing the spirits from bodies and bonding the spirits within bodies. In the words of Dan Olson, a lot of this is just gonna be like that, okay? It's just gonna be like that. You gotta get on board or get off the tracks, okay? Because alchemy doesn't make any fucking sense. A Discovery of Witches doesn't make any fucking sense. And I am tired. So if you're still here, I am assuming that you are down to be confused for a couple of hours. So without further ado, here is A Discovery of Witches, Part 1. The Diana Problem. It is called the All Souls Trilogy because the book takes place at Oxford University, and one of the teachers in the book is a teacher at the All Souls College, which is like a constituent, like a sub-college of Oxford University. It doesn't matter. None of us are going to Oxford. Technically, that's what it's called. Technically, that's the book series. The show is called A Discovery of Witches, but covers all of them. I mostly just call it Discovery of Witches, like the whole universe, okay, when I'm saying that. So A Discovery of Witches begins with A Discovery of Witches, and our main girly studying alchemy at Oxford University has a kick-ass alchemy library. And the Bodleian Library is gorgeous. This is a beautiful library. It started construction in 1478. It didn't open to scholars until 1602, okay? And it was worth it because this place is gorgeous. It's this big, beautiful building with these high ceilings. It's the perfect place for a dark academia novel. It's a place where you can just freely leaf through massive ancient books and any old evil telepathic witch, vaguely stalkeristic vampire can stumble upon you. Okay? Because you're very exposed in the Bodleian Library. There's lots of big open space. As much as I am always hoping that a sexy vampire biologist stumbles upon me while I'm researching, this is not my favorite way to research, to be perfectly honest with you. My favorite way to research is privately using Surfshark, the sponsor of today's video. Thank you very much. That was great. I'm leaving that in. I value my privacy, okay? And as you are going to come to find out, so did everybody in the 16th and 17th century. Anybody who was forking around with alchemy was very concerned with the encryption of their data. The lengths that some of these people went to protect their vaguely scientific magical spell recipes are insane. They still have not decoded the Voynich manuscript, okay? These people take their data protection very seriously, and so do I, and that is why you will not catch me researching out here on the open web. I was gonna say but I don't think I can say that. Willy-nilly, because you know what? Diana did that, and it got her and all of us into several hours worth of trouble, okay? I like to work at cafes, and I feel so much safer knowing all of my data and all of my information is not just like floating about in the air for anybody to grab. Surfshark is a VPN that will encrypt your online data and protect your personal information when you are using public Wi-Fi. It's not monitoring your habits either. Surfshark's not tracking us. We are going to be like that 400-year chunk of the Voynich manuscript's history where nobody knows who had it. That's how I feel using Surfshark. I was very excited when they wanted to sponsor this video because if you're going to be talking about secrecy, protection, and also like traveling to outrageous places just to consume content that may or may not be what it says it's going to be. A discovery which was available on Netflix, but when I needed a palate cleanser after this and I wanted to go back and watch a terrible show that I do like, I was so glad that I had Surfshark so that I could go virtually pop to the UK and I can watch The Vampire Diaries all that I want. Surfshark offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk. So go to my link, surfshark.com/bizcode to get 4 extra months at an unbeatable price. Thank you very much to Surfshark for sponsoring this video. It's very exciting. We are all going to keep everything just as safe as they almost kind of sort of tried to do in 1591. That sounded sarcastic. We should genuinely be very concerned about our safety on the internet. Please don't mistake my tone for distaste. This tone is the result of the nightmare that is the All Souls trilogy, okay? Because, oh my God, where do I even start? Where do I even start with this? The Bodleian, I guess. She is focusing mostly on the practice as it exists around the 17th and 18th centuries in Europe. So that is where we are going to be focusing as well. But please know that this shit is old, okay? Old. Gnosticism, old, if you know what I mean. And if you don't know what that means, don't worry, we're gonna get there, unfortunately. It's so old that the definition that I gave you in the beginning was from like 300 BC. It's from Zosimos of Panopolis, an alchemist who was kicking around in ancient Greece, probably. I personally could not find a free English translation PDF document of this anywhere on the web. Do with that what you will. But honestly, even if it didn't come from there, it may in fact even be more in the spirit of alchemy if that quote didn't come from the place that everybody thinks it came from, because the note-taking process for the practice of alchemy historically is eccentric to say the least. Like half the time you would die, right? You would die. And then like 50 people would just write books under your name and you would like posthumously become a famous alchemist. This has happened too many times. 2 nickels, 3 nickels, 5 nickels, an entire genre and academic study full of nickels, okay? Or you would acquire books through some most likely nefarious and, dare I say, sleazy Mr. Ashmole means. And then everyone would just like assume that you wrote them. So then you would become a famous alchemist intentionally through deceit. Or like you would make up a name under that and then it would turn out to be someone's actual name. Then this actual person is getting all of this credit for this fake thing that you made up. And it truly was the wild, wild west of academia, okay? Historically, this shit covers everything from science to chemistry to medicine to magic, and it spirals. It spirals out of control. What Zosimos was talking about when he was talking about alchemy being like the embodying of spirits and waters, the practice that he was talking about was like already ancient by his time. He was like, this is already super old and had roots in the Middle East and in Africa and Egypt. It just over time just sort of splinters off into creating like entire religions and schools of thought and psychological practices and new age pyramid schemes, okay? There's a lot of threads that we could follow, is what I'm telling you. But there's only one thread that leads us to Oxford's Bodleian Library, where we lay our bloody scene. It's not bloody. It's not bloody. There's no blood. It's very calm. The version of alchemy that is primarily concerned with the transmutation of metals. Transmutation is the action of changing the state of or being changed into another form. So turning like a dull, boring metal like copper or lead into a precious metal like silver or gold. And if you could do this, then you could live forever. It's a whole thing. We're going to get into the specifics of it later, but the general idea is that you take a metal, break it down into what is called its prima materia, or primary matter, first matter, and then you can manipulate that first matter into something else. There's no like one true definitive alchemical process. If there were, then I wouldn't be the only one that looks this good in my triple digits. But one of the oldest sort of outlines for this process begins with nigredo, or the blackening or melanosis, leads into albano, the whitening and leucosis, the trinitas, the yellowing or xanthosis, and finally rubedo, the reddening or iosis. Those 4 steps over time are going to get sort of expanded and shrunken and altered and updated. There's going to be 12 steps and 7 steps and 64 steps, and it's all going to get written down and passed around and preserved until it ends up somewhere like the Bodleian Library at Oxford University, where someone like Diana Bishop can come along and look at it for its research. So Diana Bishop is a scholar, but don't worry, she is not like other scholars. I wanted to come up with a joke that was like, she's not in the Bodleian Library in like a Rory Gilmore way. She's in the Bodleian Library in like a Hermione Granger way. But I don't feel like that's right. And I also just couldn't think of another example of like how, like what exactly the tone is that she is exuding. So I'm just going to read you the first line. The first line of the book is this: "The leather-bound volume was nothing remarkable. To an ordinary historian, it would have looked no different from hundreds of other manuscripts in Oxford's Bodleian Library, ancient and worn, but I knew there was something odd about it from the moment I collected it." This book is like 500 years old, this book that she's looking at, but it's not remarkable, don't worry. She sort of accidentally, unknowingly has stumbled upon an alchemical manuscript that has been missing for centuries. What do you know? A little history lesson and logistics of libraries lesson. When it comes to the studies of words, rare and old, there are a lot of like different classifications of things. Most of them don't matter for what we are going to do today, trust me. But for context and just like for fun, technically speaking, because someone's going to comment about it. So technically speaking, the term book refers to a collection of words that have been printed using a press, a printing press, if you will. Mr. Johannes Gutenberg caused a whole bunch of trouble when he invented this printing press, which we can't get into today, but we could get into if you ever wanted me to tell you about another book series that has infuriated me to no end. But until then, that's what a book is technically in context of like research and studying. Everything else, everything that was handwritten, is a manuscript. What Diana is studying is a manuscript, but it's also bound. It's leather bound is what she says. So it's technically actually a codex, because a codex is a manuscript that has been bound. Additionally, the manuscript that she is studying is illuminated. Most of the ones that she's studying and most of these famous alchemical texts are illuminated, which means that they have pictures. But the pictures in illuminated manuscripts are specifically brushed with gold or like some kind of precious metal. There's like, they shine. That's why they're called that, like illuminated. So they're very expensive and very valuable. And I think that there is another word for like manuscripts with illustrations that are not illuminated. We're going to do a lot more book nerding out when we get to like book 3. We'll talk more about manuscripts and things and palimpsests and all of that. I just want you to know now that technically speaking, what Diana is looking at is a leather-bound codex containing an illuminated manuscript. But magic book is going to be fine, okay? Magic book is fine. She calls up the book because that is just like the library term for asking someone to get the book for you. I assume that it's because the books are like stored in the basement or something, but don't hold me to that. The point is you have to ask for these books because they're very old and rare, and you can't just like rock up to the library and check out a 600-year-old manuscript to read in the bath. And Diana would never steal a book from the bod.
Course. I would never steal a book from the bod.
No.
So Diana calls up this book, entirely unaware that it is supposed to be missing, and she immediately notices that it is unlike anything that she has ever come across in her studies. The colors are different, the imagery is different, there are pages that are like neatly sliced out. It's wild. Christmas for a historian, you would think, but no, alas, Diana could not care less. She literally says something about like when historians find something that doesn't agree with their thesis, they either dive in or just push it away and pretend it didn't happen. And she is planning to do the latter, because the other thing that she noticed about this book is that it's magic. It's a magic book. She's a witch, by the way. I don't know if I told you that. Diana is a witch, but don't worry, she's not like other witches. Diana is a witch who hates magic. She has an open disdain towards all of the local witches who do things like invite her to celebrate high holidays and offer her to sit with them in the cafeteria. She hates magic and she only uses it in absolute emergencies, like getting a book from a high shelf or fixing her laundry machine. Admittedly, that was a one-time thing, but still. Diana hates magic for a couple reasons. One, she has like a whole dead parent thing that we'll get to, but mostly Diana hates magic because she's just too damn good at it. She's just too good at it. She's so good. It's ruined her life. Like, she doesn't even try to do magic. She wanted to be a theater major. She just exudes so much magic that like her hair started growing when she played Ophelia. And then everybody was falling in love with her and she was going a little crazy. And so she just like had to give that up. And she wanted to play sports, but she couldn't play sports because the magic just made her too good at sports. She was winning all the time. It's really hard for Diana, okay? Because she doesn't practice or try at all. She's just so good at it. Which is why she had to go into academia, you guys. She had to go into academia because there's no way that magic has anything to do with her getting into all of the top schools and becoming the youngest person to ever be tenured at Yale, despite not knowing that a certain book that she asked for has been missing for 500 years. No magic being used there, I'm sure. She is right about one thing, though. With the existence of this book does, in fact, go against her current thesis. Because her current thesis statement is essentially, alchemy is all logic, and thus proves that magic is not real. You know in Glee when, like, Karofsky is bullying the shit out of all the gay kids because he's gay? Methinks Diana doth protest too much. So I think technically speaking what she's saying is she says that alchemy had nothing to do with magic, because I don't think she has to prove to the regular human world there's no such thing as magic. So she is like, alchemy has absolutely nothing to do with magic whatsoever, which is an insane thing to believe when you are a literal witch and a historian. When she told her aunts what she was going to study, they literally tell her to her face, oh, alchemy, that's what we used to call the old magic. And she's just like, nuh-uh. If you can't tell, I don't love Diana. I don't love Diana Bishop. I have a big problem with Diana. So big that it's the title of this section. It is the Diana problem. The Diana problem is at the root of everything that is wrong with this series. Because Diana Bishop is the dumbest smart person that you have ever met. She is the bravest coward and the most popular outcast. She's a scholar who hates books. She is a witch who hates magic because she has to be a witch who hates magic. Because how else are we going to explain having to send a 27-year-old to homeschool Hogwarts with her vampire lover if she doesn't hate magic? And why do we need to justify sending a 27-year-old to homeschool Hogwarts with her vampire lover? Because this book is fan fiction. This book is fan fiction. This book is fan fiction, and I know that it's fan fiction because it is fan fiction that I would write. Okay? I would write the shit out of this. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? A medieval historian witch finds a missing magic book and falls in love with a vampire? I would be all over this shit. I heard this concept and I was like, this is going to be the best thing that has ever happened to me. I love books about people that are not 16, and I was like, this is it. This is going to be so good. And it's so bad, which is why it's so infuriating, and that is why it is just like this big cloud in my life, because it is the biggest waste of potential ever. And it's Diana's fault. It's Diana's fault because Diana exists like entirely outside of logic, right? She exists as a reaction to things. She exists as a placeholder for specific scenes and experiences, but she is a walking contradiction. Everything about her is in conflict with the world itself in order to facilitate a very specific story. And I could get on board with that, I think. I could see beyond, right? Because I'm not difficult to please, right? I'm a cheap date when it comes to books, okay? You don't have to be that good for me to get on board. But it's not even like, it's like the writing is almost fine. The characters are just so illogical. The story just does not make any sense whatsoever. I'm getting ahead of myself. Back to the magical MacGuffin. I mean, book. What is this magic book? What is this magic book that Diana, our alchemical scholar and witch, does not think is remotely interesting enough to pursue looking at? Glad you asked. This book is Ashmole 782. And I'll tell you what, Ashmole 782 is real and it is missing, which is pretty fucking sick, okay? Like, I'm gonna give Deborah Deborah her flowers whenever I can. This is pretty fucking sick. It's one of like 620 manuscripts and like 1,500 printed books that once belonged to an Elias Ashmole. Elias Ashmole was an alchemist who lived from 1617 to 1692. He was the student of the craft, but he also, like most people who have a bunch of alchemical texts named after them, did not write Ashmole 782. He just acquired it. Or maybe he did. Maybe he did, because we don't know. Maybe it's the one in his collection that he wrote, but probably not. It's just that old texts like this are not labeled or titled the way that books are today. Everything is sort of titled based on who owned it when it was given to whoever started cataloging it. In this case, it was part of a collection of avid alchemy enthusiastic magic student. Is that what I called him? Elias Ashmole acquired this collection through questionably ethical means. I'm gonna say it right now. He acquired these books and this collection from a botanist named John Tredesant. And when I say questionably ethical means, I mean that he acquired it by force from Johnny Boy's widow. His wife claimed that Elias Ashmole got him drunk as fuck in order to get him to sign and bequeath his collection to him. And then once the guy died, Elias Ashmole fought her very aggressively in court. And I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, he like moved in behind their house, like on their property, and just like slowly started taking over. And then eventually it was just agreed that he would get the collection. And it was part of a famous museum full of all kinds of other weird little artifacts and stuff. And then in 1682, he donated like a shit ton of his collection to Oxford. And Ashmole 782 is among that shit ton. It is right in between Ashmole 781 and 783. So the truth is that it got lost in the paperwork. Like, it's not necessarily physically missing and like stolen. It's probably somewhere, but it wasn't cataloged correctly, and so no one can find it. That's the impression that I get. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that is the impression that I got from all of the like sources that I could find about the fact that it was missing. This news story writes, Ashmole 782 was originally donated to the Bodleian Library at Oxford University in 1858 as part of a chemist and bibliophile Elias Ashmole's extensive book, coin, and natural object collection. It was designated Object 782 in the collection and bore the description Anthropologia, or a treatise containing a short description of man in two parts. The first anatomical, the second psychological, which is like admittedly a intriguing and mysterious title. Deborah Harkness, who was a historian, I do take her, like, she was a historian first. So I trust her when she says she surmises that the manuscript was lost due to incorrect cataloging and like a shelving error. So it's probably somewhere. It might even be in the Bodleian, but it is functionally missing, which makes it very, very, very cool that Deborah Harkness has come up with an answer to where is it. It makes it very, very cool. Anyway, we'll get to what is in the book like later. We're also only like 7 pages into the script, so we gotta pick up the pace. It will suffice to say that she knows that it's weird, and she knows enough to know that this book is weird academically and magically. So she does as any good historian and magician would do, and she puts that shit back. She is like, no, but it is too late. She opened that thing and the bat signal went out. Suddenly, the entire campus is flooded with creatures. What is a creature, you ask? Creature is a stand-in for the word race. That's what it is. That's what it is. The author clearly did not want to use the word race for reasons that will become apparent right now. Because the thing is, if you have not seen Lindsay Ellis's video on Bright, you should. But the long and short is that it gets very messy when you start doing metaphors for human relations with non-human characters, okay? It gets a little messy. And the thing that you need to understand about this book series is that this book series is set in our world. It is our world, and we are expected to understand that this is our world because of the absurd attention to detail and accuracy that is paid to our real world history. Now, that might just be a perk, Deborah Harkness being a historian first and having written a lot more nonfiction books before she wrote this. Totally fair. But because of that, because we are constantly being grounded in our real world history, it makes it very, very difficult to buy into the fantasy elements. It's very difficult to like buy into this urban fantasy because you're just constantly being actually by Diana's inner monologue about every little like like gotcha historical tidbit, every BuzzFeed top 10 things you didn't know about medieval history is in this book, and we are constantly being remanded about how our real world history went. And so then when they try to introduce this magical history that sort of is supposed to have gone on top of it, it just doesn't make any sense. Let Matthew tell you. I'm gonna let Matthew do it. Cue the tape. And not for nothing, that speech plays at the start of every single episode of the show. And I hate it. I don't have any academic reason for why I hate it. I don't have like a real philosophical justification for hating it, but I want it on the record that I hate it. So like what we're told is that this is a world where the creatures walk amongst us humans. We're supposed to be buying into the idea that these creatures have lived in the human world and experienced the several civil rights movements all over the world and just all of human history advancing, and just said, not for us. It wouldn't happen. There's no version of our reality where anything like this ever happens. And because the book refuses to fudge on any other details or historical facts, it's like we know that, and we're not given the space to ignore that. And they have classic prejudice, racism justification, like, well, we're just separate. We're supposed to be separate. Things are better if we're separate. Like, we just don't like them, or like their kind hurt our kind, and their kind hurt our kind. And it's just like, it's insane to me. Especially the vampires have hundreds of degrees. They all are very involved in the real world culture. And demons, when we talk about demons, all of the demons are like famous creative people, and like witches are fucking witches. You're telling me that not a single person ever was like, hey, this is like kind of a little fucked up. What the fuck kind of racism metaphor are you trying to do when an interracial gay witch couple who lived through the 60s and 70s are gonna sit there in full seriousness and tell a 27-year-old woman that she can't date a vampire because they just don't do that? And it leads to these insane moments in the show where like Diana is yelling at her gay aunts, like, no one can tell me who to love. Hi, Quittis. I'm not saying that you can't do this, but you'll see that because we are constantly being brought back and grounded in reality, it's just very like glaring the whole time how much it wouldn't make sense. Hi! There's no explanation given, and we're not given like the time or space to just like engage with disbelief and be like, okay, it is what it is, let's move on. And we are also entering the story at like a particularly tenuous time. A crucible, if you will. A joke that will make sense in approximately 2 hours from now. We're entering at a particularly tenuous time because something is rotten in the state of Oxford. Something rotten in the state of everywhere, actually, because creatures are dying out. While Diana has been ignoring all the real magic to focus on fake magic that she's trying to prove is not real magic, witches in general have been losing their powers. Generationally, they're losing certain abilities like flight, water, and fire, witch water, witch fire. We'll get to it. They're losing these like famous skills. Witchiness, witchhood, witchery is a genetic thing. All of this is genetic. It's very eugenics coded. Definitely something you are born with, not something that humans can just learn to do. Certain spells require the moon to be in the right place and certain materials, and then there are other things that don't. Very soft magic system. I don't have a problem with it. Witches can marry humans and have witch babies with them. It seems to be fine, but witches can't marry demons and have witch babies with them because that is apparently not fine. Even though demons are described as rock stars and serial killers, and that's kind of it. They're eccentric, they're mentally ill, they're creative, unpredictable, and they can sometimes see the future. It's a little hazy. Also, not for nothing, it's pronounced demons, but it's spelled like daemons. It's specifically going off the like ancient Greek version of the word, which meant more of like supernatural being, a spirit that influenced someone's character, and not necessarily like scary ghosts. I wish it was ghosts. You know that I wish it was ghosts. Everything's better with ghosts. Also, they get introduced to the show with this song. I had to play that back several times when I first watched the show because I thought, no. The demons in the show the actors are great. They're great. They're more interesting in the show. They get way more sort of screen time and story time in the show, which I appreciate. The music choices are like Vampire Diaries level of on the nose. What is the song? I have to find it. I have to find the clip, but there's a clip where like Diana's getting ready to like leave, and like it's ultimately like the decision of whether or not she should be with the evil vampire. Not evil, but like the scary hot vampire. And like the song that plays is, I think, that Fleetwood Mac song. And I just, oh my God. You're gonna have a hard time believing me when I tell you that this isn't camp. It's not. So demons are getting like more crazy, and vampires are failing to sire. Sire is what we are calling it when you make a new vampire. So the process of like, I'm doing you a favor, by the way, explaining all of this to you, because the book most certainly does not. The book does not explain any of this in a remotely timely or coherent manner whatsoever. So if you're like, why is this bitch info dumping on me? You're fucking welcome. You're welcome is why. Vampires are failing to sire. The vampire drinks your blood, and then you drink the blood of the vampire. That's how we do it. It has to be the same vampire, right? So if you like drink another vampire's blood, it's not going to happen. It has to be the same vampire, because the bloodline, very important in this. The bloodline is very important in like vampire culture. That's my antidepressants. Okay, where were we? It's not particularly complicated how a vampire gets made. It's not like a big secret, really. We just don't learn the mechanics of it until like the last 30% of the book, for whatever reason. Other than that, vampires are pretty standard fare. They're not like particularly quirky in any way. They do have a heartbeat, just like a really, really slow one. They can't eat. They eat like super raw meat and raw food. And they drink wine, which I love, because what a terrible life it would be to curse me to not drink my wine forever. But yeah, they mostly drink blood. They're super strong, super fast, and they are also my favorite thing that vampires are, which is super hot. I'm giving Debbie her flowers when I can. I fucking love it. I love it when vampires are like supernaturally, biologically, genetically, Darwin-y, natural selection-y levels of sexy. So hot that it is like a biological imperative, that it's like, oh, this is an evolutionary trait because it makes them good predators. I love that. I love that these like brooding creatures that are so like often miserable and like exhausted and bored of humanity just like can't help but have mortals like falling for them all the time and like chasing them around, being in love with them. Like, I just think it's delicious. So hats off to you, Debbie, for that. They do not, however, sparkle. They don't sparkle, which they will make very clear to you. Now, this is not the Twilight video. I'm only making that video when I hit 100,000 subscribers, or like if I get a record deal, I don't know. So I can't get into it. Why exactly I think that sparkling vampires is actually one of the coolest and best, most innovative things to ever happen to vampire literature. I can't do that right now. But just know that Matthew does not sparkle. Matthew, what's his full fucking name? He's got a long ass name. Where is it? Matthew Gabriel Philippe Bertrand Sebastian de Clermont is a perfectly acceptable color. He's also our main man. He's our main man. He's our vampire boy with the lowercase I. He teaches at All Souls College at the university, or maybe he's just researching science-y stuff. He's really into like wolves and like wolf biology. He gets a little ding mental spiritual notification that this book has popped back up on the scene, because everyone who is not Diana Bishop is aware of this book and has been looking for it for centuries. The vampires think that it will explain how they came to be. The witches think it will tell them how they created vampires in the first place so that they can uncreate them, which is darker than the other one. The demons just want it because they think it'll tell them why they're there. So Matthew's like spidey sense goes off, right? And he's like, some bitch just pulled my book out of the library. What he doesn't know is that Diana would never steal a book from the bod.
I would never steal a book from the bod.
I'm going to use that clip a lot. It is not a knock on the actress. I actually think she's wonderful. Everybody in this show really is acting their fucking ass off. They're doing everything they can. It's just so funny. She would never steal a book from the bod, nor would she request a book from the bod on behalf of anyone else, apparently, because Diana thinks that this has nothing to do with her. Contrary to the opinions of various people who have threatened her verbally, mentally, telepathically, despite various acquaintances and family members members and loved ones, telling her that this sudden influx of creatures in the wake of her pulling out this book is in fact, you know, important. Despite all of that, Diana doesn't think any of this is her problem. She's not like other girls, guys. She doesn't care about ancient mysteries or magic or her safety. Matthew does, though, apparently, because he sets his beady little vampire eyes on her unkempt hair and slim but muscular build, and he says, that one's mine. And thus begins a violently long, not quite enemies to not quite lovers break in the plot. Part 2, Vampire Yoga and Other Wastes of Time. If you're worried about my pace, like, hey, she's been talking for a long time and, like, hasn't really gotten to the plot, I have good news for you. There is no plot. 65 to 70% of this book can be skipped without incident. It's just... I don't know if you want to call it bottle episodes or like skips, but like there's just like so many chapters of them just engaging in this bizarre courtship ritual in the year of our Lord 2000. I think it's 11 in the book, it's 18 in the show. They're not friends, they're not lovers, they're not enemies, they're just kind of colleagues, and they just like get breakfast. Don't worry, Diana makes sure that we know that she eats. And she's not like other girls. She doesn't get salads. She eats a lot of food, and everybody notices and is impressed. He like watches her row on the river, and she like makes a lot of tea, and they go to like vampire yoga classes. It's just so odd. It's so odd, and it is also absolutely what clued me into this book being fan fiction, because beyond the like hyper specific details, if anybody is telling you in a book the options of like tea that they're not choosing, or they're telling you the options they're not taking, it's fan fiction. It's just what the author's life is like. Prove me wrong, prove me wrong. We spend half a page learning how Diana likes to make her tea and like how she uses a kettle. All kinds of things that any reasonable editor would say like, hey, could maybe just do with, I busied myself making a cup of tea. Speaking of things that a reasonable editor would absolutely object to, this book is technically speaking in dual perspective. I say technically because we only go into Matthew's perspective a handful of times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, X amount of times in the entire series. We, without any sort of rhyme or reason, dip out of Diana's perspective. And when we do, this makes my blood boil, it is in the third forking person. It's in the third person. It's in the third person, omniscient, fully omniscient, third person, fully omniscient perspective. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's crazy. If you're forgetting, because 8th grade English was a really long time ago, first person is when the story is told from the perspective of the character, so it uses the pronouns like I did this, I did that, I saw this, I saw that. Second person is when you're like you did this, you said that, you did that, you went there. And then third person is she said this, they said that. And so when you're in first person, you get the thoughts of the first person. When you're in second person, you get the thoughts of the second person. When you're in third person, you have several options for like how you're going to figure out what people are thinking. There's like third person objective, which is fairly rare. You don't get anybody's thoughts. There's no like he thought, she thought. It's just you as a reader have to kind of pick up based on what these characters are doing, what they're thinking. If they don't say it, we don't know it. It feels very classic. It feels very like French novella. I have no justification for that, but that's what it feels like. And then you have third person limited omniscience. This is my favorite to read. I don't like reading from I, but third person limited is where you are in third person, but you do get the perspective of one person. So it's like Diana said this, or Diana felt scared, or Diana saw someone do X. But if it doesn't happen in the same room as her, or it doesn't happen, oops, someone's coming in at my house, in her like vicinity, she doesn't know about it. So then we don't know about it. We only know what she's thinking in a certain situation. We wouldn't know what the character that she's talking to is thinking. I say wouldn't, because this book doesn't use third person limited. This book uses third person, fully omniscient, godlike perspective, which... not gonna go there. We get everyone's thoughts and perspectives. Like, it's objectively just like a very confusing way to read. It makes it hard to tell, like, he thought this, and if you're having a conversation between two, like, he pronoun user dudes, like, what do you mean he? Which he? It gets very confusing at like a base level. And then it also just like feels like a cop-out. It always just feels like either we're not being trusted to understand as readers like what someone's thinking, or the story is not being trusted, that like you can't just like cut us off from somebody. Like, it feels like overload, and I don't like it. And I especially don't like it when it only happens like 4 times in a 32 chapter book. Ugh. Is this mean? Am I being mean? I don't want to be mean. It's just very jarring. It's jarring. I will say though, like, Matthew is low-key hilarious. Matthew can be very funny when he wants to be. So there's this example of this chapter. Oh my god, I forgot how annoying some of Diana's traits are. It's like, she's not the earrings and colored hair type. She's more the 3-mile run followed by an hour on the river in a dangerously tiny boat type, is what Matthew says to his demon friend Hamish when he does a like runner after he meets her and falls in love with her, and then he's like, I must go off to hunt so I don't kill her. Where have we seen that before? Also, yeah, I did say demon friend. I also said vampire yoga earlier, because despite this being a world where demons and vampires and witches are not friends, they are often friends, and they also often do yoga together. It's like a full yoga class in one of Matthew's castles in Oxford that is just full of creatures, and apparently that's fine. Matthew goes to watch Diana sleep, and it's not in a Twilight way, don't worry. He goes to look for the book in her apartment while she is asleep there, because apparently he doesn't know.
I would never steal a book from the bard.
And he's like, it had been a very long time since the vampire had climbed into a woman's rooms. Even then, the occasions were rare and usually linked to moments when he was in the grip of infatuation. This time there was a far different reason. Nonetheless, if someone caught him, he'd have a hell of a time explaining what it was. He is just kind of funny. Like, he does just sort of look at her and he's like, oh, she sleeps weird. He's like, why is she doing that in her sleep? Like, what a weirdo. And later he goes on his little hunt with his demon friend, and his demon friend's like, you know you're hunting her, right? And he's like, yeah. But like, she's so hot. It's very funny. He can be very funny when he wants to be, is what I'm telling you. They spend all this time just like doing nothing, dating but not dating, which is a very strange thing for them to be doing, because they're not supposed to be dating because they're a witch and a vampire. And they fall for each other, but it's a big no-no because witches and vampires don't do that. And like, that's not the way. There is an actual law about it, but Diana doesn't know that. Matthew does. And every single person that Diana talks to does. But Diana doesn't know, so then we don't know. Since Matthew hasn't told her, Matthew hasn't told us. Instead, he's just taken her on all of these not dates and let her cook him dinner and talk about what she smells like, and he has stalked her with kindness and tested her blood, with her consent, to be fair. And then he gets scared and he packs her up and moves her to France. In his defense, he does have to kind of pack her up and move her to France because she can't get the book. Oh, she also can't get it again. And once people find out that not only did she not get it and keep it, but she can't get it again, she won't get it for them, and they're going to be wanting to get in her little brain. They being evil witches and vampires and demons. So Matthew is like, absolutely not. We are going to Septur. Septur is Matthew's castle. That's not an exaggeration. He has a castle in France. Septur, Septor, 7 Towers, castle. It's not his only castle, but it's a castle. Been in his family since they built it, and the current home of his vampire mother, Ysabeau. Ysabeau de Clermont. Ysabeau de Clermont is the saving grace of this series. Ysabeau de Clermont is everything. She's so good. We love her. We love her. She's the best character in the series by far. She is so fun. So cool. So cool. So cool. The actress in the show also like absolutely nails it. The actress is serving and just absolutely devouring the role. She's so good because Ysabeau de Clermont is an absolute fucking menace. She is the coolest, most collected, holier than thou, never seen a day without a stiletto, genocidal maniac that you have ever seen. And I will do whatever she wants. She's so cool, and she's just content to live alone in this big empty stone castle in France with just her housekeeper and occasional visits from her vampire children. Otherwise, she does not want to be disturbed, and I I get it. Well, I say she's content. She is hardcore grieving. She is hardcore grieving the loss of her husband, Philippe, who was like acting as Matthew's father, but he got killed by the Nazis. I can't open that can of worms right now. He's dead. He's been dead for a while. And vampires mate for life. So she's like super sad about it. The only other important thing to know about her is that she hates witches. Hates them. Hates the witches. And she hates Diana as both a witch and a woman and has no problem telling her. And that causes like mild tension between her and Matthew because Matthew's like, she's mine, stop! And Isabeau like just could not care less. She's like, okay, tell her to shut up. Like, Isabeau like does not. Isabeau's like, I don't care if she's yours. She's really annoying. She eats so much. She's so normal. And also like technically she's not his. He's like, she's mine, but like she's technically not. Because during the next like 200 pages of the book in France, where we're just like horseback riding and walking in the woods and looking at Matthew's ancient Bibles, Matthew and Diana are still not like together. Like, the only way that Matthew can really keep his mother from, like, murdering Diana in a vengeful rage is by, like, claiming her, TM, like, officially, like, stamping her as, like, my mate, which in vampire terms also makes her automatically his wife, and thus family by vampire law, and thus they have to protect her. So, like, why doesn't he do that? Because it's illegal. Plot twist. I guess. Less of a plot twist, more of just a thing that was never explained to us until it becomes relevant. There's a lot of those. When everybody's saying throughout the book, like, hey, you can't be together, vampires and humans can't be together, it's first presented to us as like a cultural thing, as if like they don't like each other and like, you know, they fight when they get together and like the sharks and the jets and like it's like a turf war, the exception of like yoga classes. But no, it turns out apparently like legally can't bone. We find this out because somebody shows up to Scepter. His name's Domenico. It's a whole thing. They think that Matthew kidnapped a witch, right? So they think because they're not supposed to be friends. No one's supposed to be friends, right? Even though they are. No one's supposed to be friends. So they find out that Diana's like fucking around up in the de Clermont Castle and they're like, Matthew kidnapped a witch. He kidnapped a witch. That's really bad. That's really bad. And it's also good news because the de Clermonts are like big in the courts and stuff. So people are like, ooh. So they go to try and be like, you're free. And Diana's like, I'm not kidnapped. I'm just like here with my not boyfriend. And this vampire, Domenico, was like, oh, we thought this was a crime, but this is a crime. He's like, oh, you're breaking the covenant. And she's like, the what? And he's like, the covenant. And she's like, the what? And he's like, the covenant. And she's like, and then everybody like disperses and they finally decide to explain to her this law. Law is set forth by the congregation, which is just like a council of the best and brightest of each type of creature that just like hang out once a week or once a month or whatever. They're like the Volturi, but not as cool, right? Like, I don't know what they do when there's not Diana and Matthew. Like, because they're not stopping like the yoga classes and stuff. Anyway, their existence is supposedly like to make sure that everybody keeps themselves secret from humans for their safety, which doesn't make any sense, but hold that thought. And then their other job is to like enforce the covenant, and the covenant is don't bone. No procreation. No mixed babies. No crossing of genomes. None. Why? God only knows. They're very vague about it. Kind of implying that it's like, oh, it's because they'll be too powerful. And like, I do see the argument for like no vampire children. That's always a good rule. Never has a vampire baby been dragged into everlasting existence and everything's been fine. But like, they're also outlawing dating. And like, it's not clear if interacting is illegal or not. But it's weird that it applies to like romantic relationships. It's just another thing that doesn't make sense. Like the rule in the Twilight Saga of like you can't transform children is because they're uncontrollable and they will blow the secret. This is a thing that like makes sense to a degree to be concerned about in that universe. Not really, like it's mostly an ego trip. Like the real justification is not this, but you could justify it in that universe even by just saying like, oh, like there's not that many, like there are not that many vampires. They are like kind of fucking weird. They don't really live amongst humans. Like the Cullens are like weird for doing that, right? So it like makes sense that they kind of want to stay secret because, you know, they want to keep their food supply or whatever. There's less of them. It's like, it just, I feel like it makes more sense there. It doesn't make sense here that they need to stay secret. They're not like uncontrollably thirsty. Like they are like ragey. Matthew has a reputation before we even meet him of being like a hothead and having a short temper and hating women. He's like known for like having yelled at women a lot. I don't know. But like they live amongst humans like very well, very normally. The only people that can tell they're vampires are other vampires and witches and demons. Also the Twilight set, like in Twilight, it's like some centuries old dudes still wearing their like 1700s French getup, like living in the catacombs of like Italy. You know what I mean? Like they're weird. Like it's camp. Twilight is camp. This is not camp. Like you're telling me this random white guy in a 3-piece suit going to a hotel bar to drink his problems away at the end of the day is enforcing vampire law and like living in silence for 2,000 years? Like Woody, I don't buy it. I don't buy anything in this book. But anyway, the covenant is the law that inspired the start of the congregation, the rule that the ancient congregation members made apparently on behalf of all future generations to just never bone and to never say I love you, I guess. But this is a problem, right? When the congregation comes a knocking on Matthew's castle, he's like, you're breaking the covenant. Matthew's like, we are not breaking the covenant. And Diana is like, but daddy, I love him, in a very not Taylor Swift way. Matthew is like, no. And he leaves and he goes back to Oxford. We find out later he goes back to Oxford to like kill a witch that did some other weird, I think she sent evil letters or like ratted out him and Diana or something. But yeah, he goes to go check on something in Oxford. And Diana is so upset about this. She cries so hard she summons the waters of the gods and almost drowns herself. Enter Witchwater. Witchwater is when witches water witches. It's super rare. It's one of the rare things witches used to be able to do more often and now don't. It's super powerful and scary, which would make this moment like really cool and powerful and scary if the surprise hadn't been ruined by the Oxford Exposition section and they tested her genetics and they were like, you could probably do witch water. And she was like, what's witch water? And then they like explained it because she's like the most powerful witch they've ever seen, by the way. I might be out of voice, but I'm on a Vino Verde kick, by the way. But yeah, it happens. In the show, it's kind of boring, actually. She just, like, makes it rain. But the way that it's described in the book is actually kind of sick. She's crying, and it is, like, it's, like, streaming out of her eyes and her nose and her mouth and her ears. It's, like, leaking out of her skin. And I can only assume that it's coming from, like, everywhere, if you know what I mean. Deborah Harkness doesn't describe that, which is unfortunate, I think, but I can't blame her because this is a fan fiction. No one wants to imagine themselves in that particular scenario. But Leigh Bardugo would have gone there, just saying. I had to cut a lot of comparisons to Ninth House out of this script because it's not fair to Ninth House to compare it to this. It's not fair to compare apples and oranges. Ninth House is so good, but I will say that Leigh Bardugo absolutely would have had water streaming out of her fucking vagina. And the world would have been better for it. She would have gone there and we would be grateful. Hashtag light up. You have to bleep some of that, but anyway, Isabel like sings her a song and she like gets dry. Matthew comes back and is like, yeah, I love you. We're vampire married now. And Isabel's like, cool, you're my daughter now. Damn it. And then Diana gets kidnapped by a witch who could fly. They're not supposed to be able to do that anymore. It takes them a long time to figure out what happened to her because they're like, her scent stops. Where is she? We had the perimeter covered or whatever, but they were not expecting a Russian witch to come flying down like this is a claw machine and just like plucking Diana up and taking her off to another castle in France that is owned by a vampire. But that's what she does. That's what happens. And so now we're in this interlude. We're in this interlude in this book where Diana is being held captive for a reason. Very unclear. Pretty sure it's because she's like mad that Diana's is super powerful. Peter Knox, who was like a bad witch man, and he's, I think, working with this other like bad vampire. They told Satu, the Russian witch, to like kidnap Diana for a place on the congregation, and like the one guy has like a witch head in a box that's giving him prophecies of like a witch that's like a lion cub, and it's like a whole thing. The show does a much better job of making it clear that like Satu is like canoodling with the evil vampire and evil witch from the congregation. The point is that she's working with the vampire because the vampire has the castle, and the castle is where the oublet is. Oubliette. I don't know how it's pronounced. I really should be looking these things up. That is what's in the castle. And now you would think that a book that tells you the name, date of birth, and star sign and occupation of everybody who has a statue on the Oxford campus, and a book that uses words like quadrangle instead of quad, would maybe like explain what an oublet is. But no, they don't. And I didn't fucking know. And I was so confused. And it's funny because I saw the show first. I watched the show first, so I knew what, I just kept waiting. I was like trying to figure out, like, when does she go in the hole? Like, when does she fall in the well? Doesn't make it clear that she has been dropped down further than when she was dropped from being picked up in the first place. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not clear. But for those of you who don't know, oublet is a type of dungeon. It's a basement room that is only accessible through a hatch or a hole in a high ceiling. The word oubliette comes from the French word oublier, which means to forget. And they're associated with medieval castles in association with torture, is most likely from the Renaissance period. Oh, it pops up on the X-Files. But yeah, it took me forever and a lot of Googling to just figure out that she's just in a hole in the ground. And she starts hallucinating in the hole in the ground. And she's having flashbacks of her dead mother who told her this like insanely elaborate bedtime story every night as a child. I say elaborate because it's the story that we're currently reading. So now we have to hear about it twice. Now we have to read the book again with less clarity. Diana is the princess. Matthew is the dark prince. It's all a metaphor, it's all a fable, and this is very much in the spirit of alchemy. Remember when I told you this video was going to be like half alchemy lesson? Just give me like 7 more minutes, promise. I just know it's kind of a cool like meta element that Diana's mother was kind of telling her this story and is kind of instructions for telling her how she's going to get out of this oublet. This would be cooler if we knew any of this beforehand, if we had any remote idea that her mother had told her the same bedtime story over and over again before she died. Then maybe this moment of recognition of the two things coming together would be really satisfying. But because this is the first that we're hearing of it, okay. If I wrote the book, if I was writing this book, I would have had her having like memories and like random flashbacks of this story, or like finding pictures that she drew as a kid about this story and like being like, what was that? Like, that's actually super weird now that I look at it. And then, oh, come on, it's like instructions for how to get out of the oublet. That would have been cool, but that's not what we get. Matthew gets a helicopter. They helicopter to the castle. He finds her because of course he does. And it's weird because they act like they couldn't get a rope. They act like it is extremely dire. She's gonna die. Like, it's over. Like, they act like they did not just, like, acquire a helicopter. They act like they are not centuries old levels of wealthy. Like, oh no, Diana, you have to fly. If you don't fly now, we all die, is the energy that this part of the book gives. It's fine. It's fine that they can't find a rope because Diana's dead mom hallucination teaches her how to fly. So she does. I do love this part of the show. This is one of my favorite parts of the show because they do not even remotely try to make her look graceful in this moment. Like, she looks fucking terrified. She looks exactly how you would look if you suddenly started flying after like days of torture at the hands of a witch and like being at the bottom of a well dungeon thing. She's so funny. It's so good. And but yeah, they get her, they patch her up, they take her home, and it's time for us to migrate to the next location of the book, which is Diana's hometown, Madison, Connecticut, Massachusetts, I think. Whatever, wherever it is, the season of the witch, and we're gonna go visit Diana's gay aunties, which is when we get to go back to magic and alchemy lessons, okay? Because there are a number of things that we learn. There are a number of things that we learn at the Bishop House. We learned that there is a cat Diana starts mentioning this person named Tabitha walking around, and it takes a couple of paragraphs before we realize that Tabitha has whiskers and paws and is a cat. We find out that Marcus is American. We find out that her house is haunted and that Diana ate her twin in the womb. It's so funny. I know that it's hard to believe that this book isn't camp. It's really not. It's looking camp directly in the eye. I completely forgot about this part of the book when I was rereading it to finally finish the script, and it took me out because I got to this part and I was like, oh my god, I forgot that she ate her twin in the womb. They try really hard to get around saying that she ate her twin in the womb. They're like VTS, like vanishing twin syndrome, and they're talking about absorbing, and maybe that this is technically a different medical process than whatever happens when someone eats their twin in the womb. But she ate her twin in the womb, okay? It's fucking nuts. It's so funny. And that is important because of what is inside of Ashmole 782. I told you that she knew the book was different, right? I told you that she recognized right away something was funky. And now I get to tell you what it is that she recognized as funky. She opens the book and she sees what she says is supposed to be the alchemical child, but that it looks wrong. Let me see if I can find the actual quote. I turned my attention to the illustration that faced the gap where the missing pages should be. It showed a tiny baby girl floating in a clear glass vessel. The baby held a silver rose in one hand, a golden rose in the other. On its feet were tiny wings, and drops of red liquid showered down on the baby's black hair. Underneath the image was a label written in thick black ink indicating that it was a depiction of the philosophical child, an allegorical representation of a crucial step in creating the philosopher's stone, the chemical substance that promised to make its owner healthy, wealthy, and wise. She says it's supposed to be a depiction of the alchemical child, and this is the image that she's referring to. As far as I can tell, the phrase alchemical child is something that was kind of made up for the show mostly, and I think it's in the book a couple of times just as sort of shorthand. That makes total sense, and they should do that because its government name is Filius Philosophorum, Latin mouthful. The philosopher's child, occasionally interchanged with Lapi Philosophorum or the philosopher's stone, which she who shall not be named, the sorcerer's stone, Nicholas Flamel, stone of eternal life. That's what this is. And it is the end result of perfecting the alchemical process. Part 3. I told you this would be about alchemy, kind of. Here's the thing. I do know what you're thinking. You're like, wait a minute. What do you mean, child? What do you mean, child? I thought we were talking about stones and elixirs and eternal life. This is the thing about alchemy. It's symbolism, disguised as a metaphor, translated into code and presented as an epic poem that is told deliberately out of order. Alchemy, in sort of all parts of the world, not just the path that we are sort of tracking through Europe, has a very rich history in symbolism and secrecy, in a very spiritual and elitist way on one hand, but also in a very practical, we don't have a periodic table yet kind of way. Obviously, there were names for things like gold and silver, and people kind of recognized these more precious metals. There wasn't necessarily a name for every kind of metal or substance that you were coming across, and there certainly wasn't a name that was standardized in any way. So a lot of early alchemy is actually about kind of standardizing scientific practice, which I think is very cool. You need to be able to write down what you're doing somehow. You have to represent the various elements and materials that you are working with something, so that you or someone else can look back at your notes, what in God's name was going on. Or that was the idea. Earlier, I told you about the first kind of 4-step basic outline for the alchemical process that we got in ancient Greece. And that was starting with nigredo, albino, followed by citronitis, and then rubedo. Those are colors, right? It's the blackening, the whitening, the yellowing, the reddening. And that's because those colors described what was happening to the substance as you were working. It would put it through the fire and it would turn black, and then you would clean it and scrub it, and it would go kind of clear and white, and you would mix it with wines or other fermenting type things, and you would dissolve this substance into something else and it would become yellow, and then you would combine it and it would become red. So that was just sort of a very practical sort of description of this is what's happening and this is what should or should not be happening. And additionally, if you want to remember that you're working with silver, but you're just taking notes and there's not a chemistry teacher to tell you how to write down the word silver, it kind of just makes sense to use a moon, because it kind of looks like that. right? There's a lot of association with different metals with like the planets, and then the planets all have symbols, right? They have the astrological symbols, so then you can kind of use the astrological symbols in place of even the planet names. And then you can get really, really, really carried away. In expounding George Ripley, a Huntington alchemical manuscript, Stanton J. Linton writes that Ripley's work is divided into 12 books or gates, mastery of which would allow the careful investigator to gain access to this castle of alchemical wisdom. George Ripley's 12 gates are what are depicted on the Ripley scrolls, which you'll hear if you like look into alchemy a lot. They're kind of famous. I think there's like 15 of them. And they're these really old manuscripts, more or less, that walk you through this epic poem in like a classic sense of epic, like the Odyssey epic, like super long epic, about how you are gonna like put your stones through fire, and you're gonna oversee weddings, and then you're gonna walk through flames, and you're gonna find yourself at the magnum opus, the eternal life. And that's by design. With the Ripley scrolls particularly, there's some question of were the scrolls intended for display or for concealment. Aaron Kitch in the Engendered Stone, the Ripley Scrolls and the Generative Science of Alchemy, writes, many alchemists in the period used obtuse language and allegorical images to conceal their laboratory secrets from pretenders. Roger Bacon in The Mirror of Alchemy, printed in 1597, written probably in 1274, wrote that alchemy should be intentionally obscure in order to keep the secrets of wisdom from the common people. Other alchemists worried that they might be getting wrong or misleading information, insisting that adepts locate a person whom Thomas Norton called an able and approved man should give the divine gift of science, air quotes. It was a combination of literal instructions on how to do something and also trying to protect this information from falling into the wrong hands, also a way of legitimizing it. If you could read and understand what was being written down, then you were kind of given the gift of God. I mean, what happens though, unfortunately, is that there's no stopping someone from replacing your symbols with their own symbols because there's no board like saying, hey, this is how we're going to do it. There's also no one stopping you from reading your alchemical instructions and being like, what a crazy creative writing experiment this is. And this is part of why people like Diana in the series study alchemy and alchemical texts for their entire careers, because there are so many variations and so many interpretations and so much mystery still wrapped up in like, what the fuck were they talking about? So by the time we get to the 15th and 16th century, the plot is gone. I mean, not technically. Actually, the plot is very, very much alive and well and being hammered out in excruciating detail. The only problem is it's not supposed to be a plot. It's supposed to be a recipe. It's supposed to be instructions. Imagine if you were trying to look up a recipe online, and instead of just having to scroll through 12 paragraphs of the recipe maker's childhood connection to apples in order to get to the actual like list of ingredients, those 12 paragraphs about their childhood connection to apples like were the list of ingredients, were the instructions. Like that's all you got. That's alchemy. And this is your apple pie. This is Filius Philosophorum 8 is a representation of the great work, or magnum opus, the final product of the alchemical process. The child is a hermaphrodite, which sounds like a slur even when I'm saying it, but it is a child that is both completely male and completely female. It's not a transfluidity metaphor, although I'm certain that we could absolutely find that and probably write an even better, longer video essay about that. But as far as I can tell, the general vibe was that it is a child that is a combination of both male and female. It is both things completely. It is also supposed to represent a rock. But it's a perfect combination of opposites, of male and female, white queen, red king, the moon and the sun, silver and gold, and occasionally like sulfur and mercury, depending on who you are going to ask, obviously. The fact that the child is a combination of two genders and not represented as like a realistic instance of someone who is maybe born intersex or something like that, because that certainly did happen all of history. I think it's an important distinction because it highlights that a lot of alchemy is about this like strategic combination. It's not a child in the way that children are made. It is a child that is entirely new and created in a beaker, right? Like it's usually housed in some kind of glass. It is a new third thing that has been created. And I feel like this is part of what kind of separates alchemy from just like the rest of old mysticism and magic and even just like early kind of witchcraft and practices and things like that, is that at the root of all of this is a bit of science, and it is like a scientific desire, right? Alchemists weren't crazy. I mean, they were. They were, but like they weren't entirely delusional. They weren't trying to create something out of nothing. They were trying to create something out of something. Like, I think it's like the law of conservation of energy. I don't know. I don't know modern science. What goes up must come down, like equal. There's only so much matter in the world. And the idea was that you could take what you already have and make it into something better. Make it more. Make it different. Because no one was trying to make gold into lead. That was pointless. What was I fucking talking about? But alchemy is very goal oriented. It's ambitious and hopeful, and that kind of ambition and hope combined with like a heavy use of symbolism is what leads it to inspire philosophers and psychologists like Carl Jung to use it as a framework for self-growth and self-actualization. But at the end of the day, like, what is so great about alchemy is that these people were trying to figure out what science is. They were trying to figure out what chemistry is, what the world is, what it is made of, and what we can do with it. They're having like way too much fun with it, and we're all suffering the consequences, but that is what they were doing. And I just wanted to acknowledge that for a moment before we talk more about this Filius Philosophorum. Filius Philosophorum is a very popular symbol for the great work, alchemical process, the Philosopher's Stone, in the period that Diana is studying, which is the 16th and 17th century. So she knows what it looks like. And the version of this image that she sees in Ashmole 782 is wrong. The version of the child that she sees is on like the first page that she opens to, which is strange because this is the end of the process. B, it's a girl. Like, it's very clearly a girl. She's like, this is not the traditional hermaphrodite image. This is a girl. Also, she's upside down. That might have just been made up for the show. I don't remember if she mentions that in the book, but it's upside down. And so we finally start to maybe get some answers when we get to the Bishop house at the end of book 1, because the house, and by extension Diana's dead father, gifts them with a page from Ashmole 782 that is depicting the alchemical wedding between the Red King and the White Queen. Only it's like, it's just Matthew and Diana. Like, it's just them two, very specifically. And this lines up with the version of this image that we see in the Rosarium Philosophorum, which is another famous alchemical text from around 1550. And this one describes the reaction of sulfur and mercury specifically as a wedding between a red king and a white queen. And the image would be recognized by people of that time as a very traditional marriage or wedding, expressing kind of traditional wedding sentiments. He says, "Oh, Luna, let me be thy husband," reinforcing the imagery of the marriage. The queen, however, says, "O soul, I must submit to thee." It's from learnreligions.com. And this works as like a metaphor of instructions because in this reaction, mercury is a sort of passive fixed material and it has no shape. It needs the sulfur to be springboarded into action to take shape. So the kind of traditional marriage sentiment of like the man coming and I will protect you, I will take care of you, I will provide for you if you let me. And then are saying, okay, I will let you. Sounds like a plan. So it works really well classically, and then to see Diana and Matthew depicted in this way also actually works very well, because God knows Diana does not do shit without Matthew's permission. I don't know if it was Debbie's intention that Diana be such a passive and fluid character who sort of gets just like dragged from place to place and told thing to thing. She doesn't really make any decisions. She just kind of says okay to things, which is totally fair. That's her right. You know, if the people around you are smart and making good choices, I say let them. I don't know if that was her intention because her dialogue makes it sound like she's going for like a feminist girl boss thing, but that's what happens. We do end up with a Diana who functions very much like a kind of fluid creature that is only sort of brought into alignment and snapped into focus by this like evil, sexy vampire man. I don't know why I keep calling him evil. He's not evil. Like, he's not even a bad boy. He breaks into her house one time. Diana's using magic, but she doesn't know. She doesn't know that she's been using magic to get ahead in her career. She is exuding magic. She's just sort of passively riding along until she meets Matthew, and that action activates both her life in terms of she starts moving from place to place. She's going to France, she's getting kidnapped, she's going to back to the States, but also her magic is very much sort of activated, and she has the witchwater experience and the flying, right? And these memories are unlocked and everything gets kind of activated and kickstarted when she meets Matthew. So I'm gonna give it to Debbie. I think that that's cool. I think that if you know the version of the alchemical story that she is trying to tell, then this is actually quite interesting. I kind of just wish she'd committed. Like, I just wish Diana didn't have like little girl boss quips. Like, I wish Diana just kind of was like a baby. Like, I wish she just kind of was like, no, I'm really down to submit. And at the same time, it also kind of works as instruction for like physically making the experiment work, right? You want to make sure it's a smooth, easy combination. Using a wedding isn't to symbolize that it should be passionate and exciting and fiery, as opposed to perhaps instructing that it should be very cordial and very structured and planned out. Like marriages, a lot of marriages were just like for money and houses and, you know, courts and stuff. And that's an interpretation that is pointed out in The Expounding of George Ripley by Stanton J. Linden, when he looks at the alchemical poem from 1591 that is attributed to Ripley called The Compound of Alchemy. You'll also notice in the image from the Rosarium, he calls her Luna, right? He calls her moon. The moon and the sun and silver and blah, blah, blah. And if you don't know, the goddess of the moon is Diana. Diana is the goddess of the moon. So if you weren't sure, Diana, our not so subtle reference to the goddess Diana, is being associated with the moon, and Matthew, well, if we look at the Rosarium image that this one's based off of, she calls him Soul, like sun, and I did always find it very, very funny that he's a vampire and he's called the sun, which I think is probably why they couldn't do the vampires can't go out in the daylight thing. No, I think she was going for more of a Diana, goddess of the moon, and also archery, and also fertility. Because even though there are still several pages missing, we now have this alchemical wedding. First comes love, then comes marriage, then comes the philosopher's child. Yeah, so Marcus and Miriam show up. Marcus is American, by the way, and I think for once he was not a Confederate soldier, which is sick. They show up and they're like, hey, we missed something in your DNA before. You're actually a chimera, which is a very nice way to say that she ate her twin in the womb. They're like, you have male DNA, and that information, along with the missing pages in the book, leads everyone to the pretty rock-solid conclusion that Diana is going to be carrying Matthew's vampire babies. I don't know what to tell you. So Diana has a run-in with Diana, like the goddess, okay? Because she can do that. Matthew's crazy ex-vampire girlfriend, ex-girlfriend who is a vampire, shows up at Diana's house to, like, kill her. She misses and then almost kills Matthew? And this comes out of fucking nowhere, by the way. We were not informed that Matthew had a crazy ex-girlfriend vampire lady running around. The show does bring her up. The show gives her little bits throughout. You see her obsessively sleeping with and killing Frenchmen named Mathieu, which is great. I kind of love Juliet in the show, not gonna lie. But like nothing in the book. Nothing about this situation until she is in the field. Like she's there. It's like the Tabitha Cat thing all over again. They're fighting. Diana goes like full fire goddess and rips Juliet to shreds and then has to make a deal with the goddess Diana to have enough power to save Matthew's life by giving him her blood, which almost kills her, but luckily Miriam is there to pour her blood over Diana's wounds externally so that she lives but like doesn't become a vampire. Anyway, we also learn that Miriam is older than Matthew, which is sick. Given this level of nonsense, Matthew and Diana decide that they need to dip. Between all of this drama, it is essentially decided that they are not currently safe in Madison. They are also not currently safe in France or Oxford, and those are the only 3 places in the world. So the decision is made that instead of trying to figure out this book thing here where they're being sort of chased by people who don't want them to be together with indoor plumbing, they're going to try and figure the book thing out where they're being chased by people who don't want them to be together without indoor plumbing. So we're going back in time. Part 4, historically fiction. Fictionally historic. Truth of fact and truth of fiction are incompatible. Virginia Woolf. In addition to the show's sort of preoccupation with history, taking us out of the narrative and making it significantly less engaging and significantly more frustrating to watch and read, it is also very, very disrespectful. Bordering on misinformation, not gonna lie. And we know this because a majority of the second book, Shadow of Night, and subsequently the second series, takes place in 1591. So, time travel. Diana can time travel. We found out that Diana could time travel back at the Bishop House. I didn't tell you about it because there was a lot going on, but we found out that Diana can time travel because they're all like, I wonder how Diana's dad got a hold of this ancient page. Her aunts are like, oh, because he time traveled. Diana's like, I wonder if I'm a time walker. And they're like, oh yeah, yeah, of course you are. What do you... They just never mentioned it. But it comes in handy because now we get to spend most of the second book and second season in the year of our Lord 1591, Elizabethan England. I'm gonna tell you that now because I guarantee you I'm probably gonna say like medieval times. I have generated an audience of people who very much do care whether or not I am labeling periods of history correctly, and I consistently do not do so. So it is the Elizabethan time because it is under the reign of Queen Elizabeth. So we're in the year of our Lord 1591, Elizabethan England, where Matthew can't stay out of the history books. De Clermont is going by the name Matthew Royden, and he ends up in one of the most famous writing groups of all time, the School of Night, which is where the second book gets its title, Shadow of Night. And this was a real thing. This was a real group of poets in the early 1590s, and it did include a member named Matthew Royden. So our Matthew Royden is really the people's Matthew Royden. He is also very much like not supposed to be here right now. Like Matthew Royden, when they pop back to 1591, is like very, very much supposed to be off in Scotland killing witches. Because remember, in order to hide from the people who don't want them to be together because they're a vampire and a witch, they have gone back into a time where vampires and humans were systematically hunting and killing witches. Or were they? Air quotes on that last, witches. If you're wondering what happened to 1591 Matthew when they arrived, don't. The book and the show tell us that he got like displaced, and that's good enough for me, to be honest. Magic time travel, not science time travel. And also we have bigger fish to fry. Bigger fish to fry, like the fact that this book has now put me in a position where I have to defend Christopher Marlowe. Christopher Marlowe was an English playwright who lived around 1564 to 1593. And I'm pretty sure that I described him as Diet Shakespeare in my Wealth and Tragedy video. I stand by it. However, there is a reasonably popular take amongst pretentious English majors and failed stage actors, of which I am a part of which I volunteer as tribute. I am in that group. There's a popular take amongst people that is Christopher Marlowe is this unsung, underappreciated hero and actually like way cooler and more talented than Shakespeare, who is like overrated and blah blah blah. I'm pretty sure the entire musical Something Rotten is based on this concept, and it's not like an entirely incorrect take necessarily, because he probably doesn't get the credit that he should. But like it has the same energy as that clip of Liza Minnelli saying that she collected lyrics as a kid. Like, no. And I am admittedly biased. I am admittedly incredibly biased, because as much as I talk about Greek tragedies and Oedipus all the time, my first love is and always will be Mr. William Shakespeare himself. And I am actually way more well-versed in his work than I am probably versed in anything else, rivaling maybe Lord Byron. But I will say Shakespeare's worst work is just as good as Dr. Faustus. I'm sorry. And I made a whole video about Faust and Dr. Faustus. I did not shit on Christopher Marlowe more than 5 times in that video. I'm just saying, I find this take really annoying because I don't think that Shakespeare is overhyped. I think he is appropriately hyped. You can love Marlowe. That is your prerogative. You do not need to tear down my man Bill to do it. Like, women supporting other women. Come on. But this book puts me in the position where I now have to defend Mr. Marlowe, because this book puts Mr. Marlowe in the position of being Matthew's best friend for life. And he's also a demon, and he knows that Matthew's a vampire, and he is like funny as fuck, I'm not gonna lie. The first thing out of his mouth when he sees Diana is like an entire paragraph where he's just like, damn, damn, Maddie, your whores are usually so short. She is towering like a tower so tall and hot. What brothel did you find this gargantuan Amazonian woman hiding in? Which is so funny. I forgive the sexism, mostly because it also confirms simultaneously my long-held belief that Christopher Marlowe was short. So he's a demon, he knows that Matthew is a vampire, and he can tell that Diana is a witch, and he is very suspicious. Kit is like, they call him Kit, by the way, which I do also love. Kit is like, how do we know that she did not put like a spell on you? And no one knows how to tell him, like, she's not that good of a witch. They're just like, she needs training or whatever, but the point still stands. Like, most of Matthew's English 203 reading list, I mean, Matthew's friends are incredibly suspicious. The ones who know that she's a witch are like, witch! And the ones who don't know that she's a witch are like, witch! Yeah, so Diana gets like immediately accused of being a witch, like right away. Which, I mean, they're not wrong. So if you have seen my scandal recaps, then you already know about Gettier cases, but I'm gonna give you another little recap. Gettier cases are a philosophy thought experiment thing, right? They're thought exercises in epistemology, which is like the study of how we know shit, that argue against the idea that a justified true belief is knowledge. So like in epistemology, you're trying to figure out like, how do we know the shit that we think we know? And one of the prevailing theories of how we know the shit that we think we know is that you have a justified true belief. So it is, you believe something, so you think that it's true. It is true, and you are justified in believing that it is true, right? Like that kind of sounds right. Like if I'm saying like, hey, like I believe that my cat is better than your cat. I believe it. It's justified because have you seen her? And it's true. Justified true belief. However, the argument against this is saying like, okay, but what if? What if you see a tree? Because philosophers fucking love trees. You see a tree and you're like, that is a tree. Then you go up to the tree and turns out it's actually just a really, 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 really good painting of a tree. And it blended it and tricked you. And you're like, so I was wrong. I didn't know because it's not a tree. But then you take down the painting and behind the painting, there is an actual tree. You were right. You were like, there's a tree. But you were wrong about how you got there. So all of the scandal cases are like that, right? Like they'll get the right bad guy, but then they'll find out that like it was for the wrong reason that they got there. Anyway, that's what's happening to Diana in 1591. Like, they're right that she's a witch, but like, they don't know that she's a witch. I know that they don't know that she's a witch because there were no fucking witches. There were no fucking witches, okay? Let's get that, like, out of the way, okay? There were no witches. In Does Science Persecute Women? The Case of 16th, 17th Century Witch Hunts, John Bigelow and Karen Green write, there are no witches. That is, there are no people who were witches in the sense intended by the witch hunters who condemned them. There are no men or women who have had physical contact with the Prince of Darkness, selling their souls in exchange for supernatural assistance in the performance of acts of harm inflicted on other people. There were no witches, okay? With that said, and that out of the way, I want to talk about Diana's last name, because we didn't talk about this a lot in the first book. Diana's last name is Bishop. She is Diana Bishop, as in Bridget Bishop, as in the first person to be executed for witchcraft in Salem, Massachusetts in 1692, Bridget Bishop, as in the start of the Salem witch trials, Bishop. And this very much rubs me the wrong way. Like, this part's probably not actually going to be that funny because it rubs me the wrong way when modern witches do it as well. I say that as a person who's pretty witchy. But the Salem witch trials were not about magic. They were not about women who practiced a Wiccan art, right? Like, they were not about that. They were about sexism, misogyny, paranoia, and vengeance. They were not about witchcraft. At least not in the sense that we associate it today. Bridget Bishop was accused of being a witch multiple times over her life, a couple times after her second husband died, and additionally because she had a tendency to wear bright colors that were associated with the devil. She was on trial for 8 days, where various young women testified that apparitions of Bridget Bishop attacked them in the night. They tore their clothing, they bit them. She was accused of calling the devil her god and asking local men to dye a piece of fabric. The fabric was apparently so small that it couldn't be used for anything other than a poppet, which is a small figure used in sort of sorcery and witchcraft, or a mushroom-shaped valve with a flat end piece that is lifted in and out of an opening by an axle-rod. We love Google. Anyway, it was a jury of several women who claimed to have also seen a third nipple on her, which was a sign that she was a witch, and apparently also she lied a lot in court, which, fair. She was 60 years old at the time of her death, and she was the first woman to die die by hanging in the colony. She wasn't officially exonerated of her crimes until October 2001. So, like, she's a real woman. That's a real person. And that is canonically Diana's ancestor on her mother's side, because Diana's father is a man named Stephen Proctor. Stephen Proctor as in John Proctor, as in his wife Elizabeth Proctor, who was accused of witchcraft in Salem, Massachusetts in 1692. And when he vocally defended his wife against the allegations, both of them were put on trial. John Proctor was hanged in 1692, and Elizabeth's hanging was delayed until after she gave birth to their son John, by which point much of the hysteria had thankfully died down and she was released and was never hung. However, she was still legally convicted and legally considered a dead woman, so she could not claim her husband's estate, or rather what was sort of left of it, because everything that they owned was already sort of sold away while she was on trial. She was forced to remarry very quickly in order to be restored the benefit of legally existing under the law. She then went on to be one of 20 spouses and children and victims of the trials who in 1703 filed petitions and attempted to take legal action on behalf of those who were wrongly accused. As a result, the Massachusetts House of Representatives finally passed a bill that disallowed spectral evidence, which we talk about a lot in my Clue video. They basically were like, hey, we can't treat the fact that someone promises something happened as enough justification for killing people. They were like, we maybe need to cut back on that. Because evidence wasn't really a thing. You could just say someone did something. And if everybody was like, yeah, sounds about right. There's a whole history of that in my Clue video. And that's kind of how the witch trials got so out of hand as well. Because there was just nothing to say, that you couldn't take a bunch of young, pretty girls at their word when they said that someone was crazy enough to be killed. And that's a lot of power to give a bunch of scared young girls. And once it started, it just spiraled. But they actually weren't that crazy. Like, the people who were accusing people of witchcraft were not totally mad. There's a lot of fairly warranted fear if terrible things are happening in your community, if things like your crops are dying. Like, you can't go to a grocery store, you can't import foods from somewhere else. Like, if your crops are dying, you're dying. If things are happening to children, like, it's just, there's a lot of fear that fueled this kind of outbreak and accusatory hysteria. Arthur Miller's 1953 play The Crucible is inspired by these events, with a lot less legal jargon and a lot more like extramarital affairs and naked women in the woods. But John Proctor is fictionalized in that retelling, and he is crushed under a bunch of rocks, and he sort of famously says, more weight, more weight, more weight, instead of confessing to something that he did not do, which is be a witch. Now, if you can't tell by the tone, I don't love that this is the connection that was made between real life victims of prejudice, misogyny, paranoia, dangerous religious belief, and utterly incompetent legal systems, and this witch who hates that she's a witch. There's a lot of really cool historical references in the series that I do like. This is not one of them. I wish that they hadn't done this. I really do. I understand that Salem witch trials have like a certain connotation. John Bigelow and Karen Graham write, the witch hunts have become something of an icon for feminists. The belief that a strong religion once reigned among women and was crushed by men, combined with the relativist strand in feminist epistemology, has helped promote the idea that women can rediscover a lost strength through magic and witchcraft. And that's not completely useless as a thing, right? The idea of sort of reading something like The Crucible or the Salem Witch Trials or something, like reading that maybe into it, and if you can use that to make something good for yourself, sure. But if you're going to use the Salem Witch Trials specifically, I feel like the least you could do is make up names, because if you want to pretend that the Salem witch trials were about like true, genuine magic, I don't personally love it, but it was a long time ago. Who knows? Maybe there were a couple practicing witches in there. But actually, no. You know what? Because actually not even true, because I think even to a degree, this is like fake magic. Like, this is like magic, time travel magic. And that is not the magic that even would have theoretically possibly been happening during the Salem witch trials, or any of the witch trials, if it were to even happen. So if you know enough about the witch trials to know the difference between Bridget Bishop and Sarah Bishop, and to know who John Proctor is, then you should know enough to know that they weren't using magic to do their laundry. And I just think that there are more interesting and respectful ways to engage with the history of the witch trials and anti-paganism in a story about real magic. But that's just not what we get. That's not what we get in A Discovery of Witches, because it's not even just that we get her name from these people. It's like they are actively part of the story, because the idea is that John Proctor and Bridget Bishop were supposedly the most powerful witches in existence. They were killed because of that, but they had married other witches and produced these long lines of witches that are just the most powerful. They have that bishop blood. They're purebloods. They're purebloods is what is happening. Diana is a pureblood. She has bishop blood, and they talk about it all the time. And boy, oh boy, her bishop blood is so strong that she was spellbound. I don't think we talked about this in the last one either, but she was spellbound, which is kind of a cool concept. Her parents kind of trapped her magic, right? They locked it down so she couldn't really use it, which is why she was so bad at spells and stuff. And then when she got kidnapped by Satu, it like broke the bind. But she was spellbound specifically because people found out that Diana's parents got together and procreated. And Mr. Peter Knox, who was like a bad witch, he was like, that is super dangerous. I'm gonna go evaluate this kid. And they were afraid that if they could see how powerful she was, he would kill her, which is eugenics. But that's for book 3, I guess. 2 is about Elizabethan shit. Elizabethan shit for hundreds of pages. They have 2 goals in 1591. One is to find Diana a teacher of magic, and 2 is to find Ashmole 782. But instead of doing either of those things, we spend the first half of this book just talking about all of Matthew's famous historical references. I mean, friends. Matthew's friends. People like Sir Walter Raleigh, who, if you weren't aware, played a leading part in English colonization of North America and suppressed rebellion in Ireland. Christopher Marlowe, who we know as Diet Shakespeare. Henry Percy, a wealthy alchemist, scientist, and member of the court who really loved maps. And Thomas Harriot, who was an English astronomer, mathematician, translator, and ethnographer. Let me be clear, ethnography is not really a word that anyone would have used to describe what this man was doing in the 16th century. Colonization with notes would be a better description. Thomas Harriot is a man who immersed himself in indigenous culture in the United States during the first years of colonization and learned the native language so that he could then function as a translator for people who look like me that came in and stole their land and their children for centuries. Not great. Thomas Harriot, he's not the main character of this series, so to speak, but he is there. And his role in history is not interrogated at all by the narrative. Neither is Sir Walter Raleigh's. They are throwaway names of people that Matthew, our leading man, is friends with. And the fact that the book and the show is willing to mention them casually without any real sort of consideration as to who they were and what they did is very telling to me. A series about 2 star-crossed lovers who are not allowed to be together because of their race, I mean magical species, glosses so quickly over actual issues of race, racism, and colonization that are so present in that history is so disappointing and unsettling. In all likelihood, like, Matthew was probably racist in 1591. He was probably xenophobic. He was a wealthy, aristocratic man who came from a long line of wealthy, aristocratic, respected, land-owning individuals who've had seemingly unlimited resources. He was a member of the court. We find out he worked as a spy for Queen Elizabeth. He was, in all likelihood, a raging racist and sexist during this time period. And not once do we reckon with that. Like, it's not even something that Matthew is kind of struggling with, realizing that, like, all of these people are expecting him to behave this certain way. And it's not something that he is more confronted with, like, seeing maybe the results of some of his actions that harmed people that he didn't think were harmful at the time that are now. Like, we don't have any of that. It's just frustrating. It's a waste of potential. And I think that there's waste of potential in terms of, like, the magic and, like, the actual making it a good story and plot. But then there's also, like, a waste of potential to, like, really really kind of analyze and talk about social issues. And, you know, I'm not even saying that like Elizabethan England was purely like a misogynistic society that like all men hated women all the time. There's like a distinction, I guess, to be made between patriarchy as like a social system and blatant disdain for women. However, there is patriarchy, and where there is patriarchy, you do not have to look particularly far to find blatant disdain for women. Thomas Platter, after traveling through England in 1599, wrote, "Women have far more liberty than in other lands and know just how to make good use of it, for they often stroll out or drive by in coach in very gorgeous clothes, and the men must put up with such ways and may not punish them for it." Like, men had the right to chastise their wives. They did not have the right to, like, berate them or abuse them. But Platter does also note that the majority of the sort of proverbs of that regarded women were extremely derogatory. In Anthony Fletcher's Men's Dilemma, The Future of Patriarchy in England in 1560 to 1660, Fletcher writes, "Many of the literary genres of the period from the 1560s to the 1660s are marked by an obsession with the dangers ascribed to womanhood and are inhabited by fear of women's intentions and behavior. Their principal vices, identified over and over again, were a courageous sexuality, a loquacity which made women into scolds and shrews, and a willful pride and vanity that deprived men of the just fruits of their livelihood." Fletcher also writes that literature depicting female friendships of the time suggests a heavy suspicion to female friendship. Feminine friendships were satirized in a way that suggests there was a strong masculine suspicion of women meeting together. Samuel Rowland's 1602 'Tis Merry When the Gossips Meet depicts a group of women, one of them notably a widow, who are meeting to discuss how they can manage men. And the piece is sort of a warning of the contagiousness of female insubordination. In The Scolding Wife, a husband ties his wife down and labels her a lunatic, and no one bats an eye. And so, like, returning to this time period could have been something that is very difficult for a man who grew and evolved in his opinions of women, at least a little bit. He is known to hate women. That's already a thing. But, like, this is a whole different ballgame, right? It's just not something that is interrogated at all. We don't get to see Matthew sort of grapple with it. The closest we come is at one point, him and Diana are arguing because he's lying to her and keeping secrets. And he says, "If you want to be a good Elizabethan wife, then stop questioning me." And that honestly doesn't even feel like an insult that he should be guilty about, because he was like very annoyed by her asking a bunch of questions about wanting to be like a good wife in this time period and fit in. And he was like, "You don't have to, you be you." So it's clearly something that is like coming out sort of in spite to her to get her to stop talking about something. But when Christopher Marlowe makes all these remarks about how Matthew has had many women over and that he clearly engages in sex with sex workers, it's set up for us to respond to his use of the word whore with 21st century perspective. It's set up for us to dislike this character. Whereas it so easily, I think, could have been something that like Diana thinks more critically about. How does Matthew, the Matthew of this time, feel about the women that he sleeps with? And how do his friends feel about the women that he sleeps with or that they sleep with? The concerns about Diana going out without a male escort or her sort of not knowing her place in the hierarchy of the time are attributed to her ignorance of and her being too modern. And there's sort of just an obstacle for her to overcome, which of course she does, mostly by saying, "I'm going to go wherever I want. You better be here to escort me or get over it." Diana does not encounter any sexism in this book. Like, the fact that she's a woman doesn't help her cause, but the real reason that none of Matthew's friends like her and none of the men she encounters like her is because she's a witch. And furthermore, most of the women that she meets also do not like her because she's a witch. And this is a universe where the witch trials were not about sexism, they were about magic. And so then all sexism sort of becomes about magic as well. The most that she struggles with life as a woman in 1591 is the fact that she doesn't have pants. And then Matthew makes her pants. Speaking of the pants, though, this happens during this trip they take to France. Basically, eventually Matthew's father, who is still alive at this point, finds out that Matthew is apparently not where he is supposed to be. So he's like, "Get your ass to France." And he's like, "I'm going to go." And Diana's like, "I'm coming with you." And he's like, "Maybe don't." And in the show, she's like, "I can handle the journey." And then it cuts to her like immediately falling off the horse.
This is not an easy journey, especially if you have to ride side saddle.
Yeah, I noticed.
comedy gold. It's so funny. She definitely cannot handle the journey. But he takes her, and I don't know, at one point he makes her some pants because she's been sitting on a horse side saddle and is not happy about it. It's sweet, I guess. Anyway, I get it. Weeks on horseback, not super fun. But regardless, Matthew does get to meet his dead daddy, which is super fun for him. And again, not gonna lie, kind of love Philippe. He's not Ysabeau. He doesn't make up for the lack of Ysabeau in the book, but he is quite fun because Matthew's parents, like both of them, just do not have time for him. They do not have time for his bullshit. They could not be more over his whiny bullshit. Matthew at one point is like, Diana is in need of our protection, blah, 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 blah. And Philippe is just like, Matthew, are you in need of our protection? And he's like, no, of course not. And he's like, then shut the fuck up. And Matthew was like, okay. It's so funny. Unfortunately, however, that like lovely moment is then countered by Diana recounting all of book 1 and everything that we've done so far in book 2 for like 5 pages. Part 5. Diana and Matthew were sent here to drive me crazy. An epic poem by Biz Barclay. So Diana and Matthew are absolutely insufferable in this book. And I feel bad because the actors in the show are trying so hard. They are acting. You can like feel the effort that they are putting forth. But it's not that they don't have chemistry. It's not nearly electric enough for me to believe this.
I'm nothing without Diana.
Like, you need, like, Olivia and Fitz, Meredith and Derek, Dr. and Rose level of chemistry to make me believe this. It's a tall order. They do their best. But it's hard to make a story where two people just waltz into a time period and into a bunch of people's lives and demand that everybody gets on board with exactly what they want to do because it makes them happy. It's hard to make that not annoying. The way that these characters just demand that everybody get on board. Everybody has to get on board with exactly what they want to do because they want to do it. All of the actions of these two are just so horrendously selfish throughout the entire series. It drives me nuts. And again, they're making me defend Christopher Marlowe, which is a crime I may not be able to forgive. So there's this whole subplot. There's a whole subplot where Christopher Marlowe was in love with Matthew. And at one point, Diana asks, like, did you love him too at the time? And instead of doing something interesting, like having Matthew say yes, and looking at the feelings of maybe a queer man who is now falling into a heterosexual relationship that seems almost more fraught than maybe like a homosexual relationship would have been, or maybe sort of kind of comparing the experiences of like wanting to be with a man in 1591 and being with a witch in 2020, whatever. Maybe I'm glad we didn't do that one. But like, instead of like adding these kind of dynamic layers to this character and like giving us something interesting to talk about, he's just like, no, it wasn't like that. And now poor Christopher Marlowe is in the closet and in love with a straight vampire who just brought home a 10-foot tall witch and is yelling at him to get on board or get out. Matthew is genuinely quite cruel in both the book and the show to Kit and not remotely considerate of his feelings at all. We don't get anything like The Magicians, like the dynamic between the bisexual characters in The Magicians, which are, I think, Quentin and Alice and, oh my god, what is Hale's character's name? It's Hale Appleby is the actor. Whatever. There's like interrogation of those dynamics and of like what it means to love someone and have been with someone in a different time. And it's so much more interesting than this jealous, like closeted little incel that they turn Christopher Marlowe into. Because it's only after Kit starts telling people at a bar about the fact that he thinks that this witch put a spell on Matthew that they are like, oh, we should probably tell him the truth so that he'll stop doing that. They barely tell him the truth. And then they end it with like, say anything about us ever again and I'll kill you. At one point, word has gotten out that Matthew has married a witch and brought her home, so they now have to go meet this top dog vampire priest dude, and by word has gotten out, I mean that Kit tattled, right? Even though you would think that like Matthew and Diana constantly traveling in and out of the country and Diana running around not London with her feminist spirit flowing in the wind would perhaps be the thing that tipped off this supposedly all-knowing, super powerful, connected, informed vampire priest as to what's going on. But no, it was Kit, apparently, who's pissed and and jealous, and it's framed as like a petty, jealous act. Matthew freaks out and no one says anything about it. It's just sort of taken for granted in the show that whatever Diana and Matthew want is by default morally right and justified. Anyone who gets in the way of that whatsoever is a problem and an enemy and should be dealt with. Matthew and Diana do whatever they want, and whatever they want is inherently morally fine, including, for example, the absolutely insane decision that they make to adopt children in the past. Children, multiple. And okay, the first one maybe technically not their fault, because the vampire priest dude basically sent this like teenage witch that he adopted, because I know that vampires and witches are not supposed to be interacting, but they obviously seem to be interacting a lot. He sends her to like be a servant in Matthew and Diana's house. They just kind of like adopt her and take her in and don't make her be a servant. But like, that's not even the only kid that they adopt. There's another little boy named Jack who tries to steal from Diana's purse or something. Matthew like looks like he's gonna kill him, but Diana's like, no, don't. And then they take him in, they become his family, then they immediately fuck off to France or Prague. Maybe they're in Prague? I don't know. They fuck off, right? And then they come back, and then they make him travel country, and then they come back, and they come back, and they back and forth, and then they fuck off back to the future. And it's horrible. It's horrible. It is horrible what they do to this kid, and it will bite them in the booty in book 3. In book 2, however, it is kind of good that they meet this teen witch, though, because she helps find a witch to teach Diana. Well, she finds a witch to, like, think about teaching Diana, but then Diana, like, kills a bunch of fruit in front of her, and she's like, ooh, that's actually really scary. Matthew's got a bunch of secrets, right? Shadow of Night Club, or School of Night Club. He's a spy for the Elizabethan government. He's a spy for his father as well. He's on the congregation. He's like a literal knight. He knows the queen. He's bisexual. No. We find out one other secret from Matthew that is much darker, so I probably shouldn't have made a joke right before we talk about it. Trigger warning for the way that Matthew ended up a vampire. Self-harm and religion and things like that. We'll put the standard red X up on the screen if you don't want to listen to this bit. Again, nothing graphic ever, not in detail, but if you would like to not hear about this, you can just wait till it's gone. Yeah, so Matthew didn't get killed by anyone. His wife and child died in like 500 AD, and he was so distraught over this that he threw himself off the tower of a church where Isabeau found him and turned him. Interestingly, like, the guilt that he holds is not because he's like in any way responsible for their death. He like holds a lot of guilt because it was so like he holds a lot of religious guilt because in Catholicism, that's a sin. You're sort of throwing away the gift that God gave you. And Matty Boy's a Catholic. My man. But like, I wish they'd talked about this more, because if you don't know, obviously I love vampires and religion, and I think that using vampirism as a way to explore religion is so interesting and complex, specifically Catholicism, because like Catholic guilt like really does not go away. I do believe that like you can have a character who moves on from their sort of religious beliefs, would never think ill of somebody else who hurts themselves like that, but like still harbors a lot of internalized sort of shame and guilt about that being his reaction to pain and that being his choice, not really being able to understand the guilt or where it comes from and why, even if you don't necessarily believe in God anymore, you still have these feelings of guilt and shame that are very typically Christian or Catholic. That's why I really like the parallels in Midnight Mass and just in general. I think most of the time vampirism is used as like a metaphor for being gay, which is great. We love gay vampires, but that's also like a positive metaphor, I think, a lot of times. Like, we paint vampires in a better light as sort of being dealt a shitty set of cards that makes them different from the norm and doing their best, which is a good kind of analogy for queerness, of like existing in a world that isn't quite built for you. But I really like a sort of more old school interpretation of vampirism as well, that is so heavily tied to religion as this thing that you cannot escape from, this thing that is given to you, that is put onto you. Centuries could pass and you still have this tendency and this outlook and this religious ideology. Catholic guilt is a joke, but it's also like really not. I don't think I will ever truly be able to therapy my way out of the inherent shame that comes with this concept of original sin and being raised in a culture that believes in original sin. I just think it would have been a really interesting thing to explore here, especially seeing as how they are back in Elizabethan England, and I would have loved to explore the way that religion plays a role in that daily life and maybe the way that it affects Matthew, having been away from it for so long and now back in a society, in a world where it's not an outlier anymore to be a Catholic or to be Christian or follow some kind of religion. Like, it's the norm and it's sort of baked into a daily structure of life and built into the government and everything. I mean, the head of Vampire London, or not London, is a priest. Like, we don't get to see anything of Matthew reconsidering any aspects of his faith that maybe weren't important in the future anymore, but now are important, like going to church or giving confession, or even just like ideas about sex and stuff. Like, we don't get to contemplate any of that because A, Matthew and Diana have been married 3 times by the time they arrive, and B, they're not boning anyway. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's like the first thing out of Philippe's mouth. He's like, why are you not sleeping together? Like, a marriage is not a marriage until it is consummated. And Matthew is like, that's not true. Don't diminish my marriage. She has all of me. And Diana's like, but Daddy, I love him. And then Philippe is like, okay, fine. And then finally throws them a wedding, and then they bone. So like, if you didn't know that Matthew had daddy issues before, and I don't know, I just like, I don't want it to get twisted that there's like any rules about how you can or can't have sex. There is no rule about when you have to sleep with your partner. You do not have to have sex because you are married. You do not have to have sex because you've had sex before. You don't have to have sex because you've had sex with that person before. Like, you can bone every night for the first 2 months of your relationship and then never touch each other again. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with how you in the real world want to engage in sexual activity. Whatever is happy and comfortable for you and your partner, that's fine. I just think it's weird because Matthew and Diana both very much do want to engage in sexual activity. Like, this would make sense maybe if he was a 5,000-year-old virgin, but he's not. It would make sense if maybe he only has sex with vampire women because he will kill human women, but it's not like he has sex with human women. He's been in relationship with human women. He wants to, Diana wants to. It doesn't really make a lot of logistical sense as to why. I don't know. I cannot tell you how much I did not expect to encounter the like weird vampire abstinence thing in this book. Because like religion and fate of the soul like are not themes of the book. Sin is not a theme of the book. Even the way that they interact with murder and death, which gets a whole lot worse later. Nothing in the book lends itself to this idea of like, we can't have sex, and I don't really understand why. So I did what I always do, which is I Googled it. Well, I did a little bit more than just Google it. I sort of dove back into the vampire and sexuality thing. Beyond being symbols and allegories for expressions of class and racial differences, the vampire has also had a long, sort of sordid history with sexuality. Many people have called the Twilight series abstinence porn, which it definitely is. Also definitely not the first take on vampirism to equate blood drinking with sensuality or sexuality in some way. Early vampire literature like Carmilla, Dracula, Varney the Vampire, or The Feast of Blood are all stories of sort of violent exploitation and pursuit in a distinctly dominating and sexual manner. Blood sharing and drinking in vampire literature often is representative of connections between erotic desire, lust for power, control of the beloved, and the divine persuasion of resources. There's a lot of like vampires are coming and they're holding women down and they're kidnapping them or they're putting them under spells so that they can drink their blood. There's this kind of like fear and concern about the seductive powers of vampires and a lot of themes of intimacy, blood sharing and, you know, mixing of bodily fluids. You can also go on a whole like menstrual blood thing. So I find it very interesting that when women start writing vampires in the late 20th and early 21st century, the vampires don't really violently drink the blood of their loved ones against their will anymore. The vampire through the female gaze, if I can use that term without triggering anyone, the vampire is seen by particularly also like white women in the 80s and 90s, like not a violent creature coming to destroy, but a rather sort of an idealistic, almost apologetic view on the subject of domination and sexuality. Instead of having men who are outrageously violent and prone to committing horrific acts, should you find yourself on their bedside or step one toe out of line, women who write vampires are writing men who have this violent, uncontrollable urge to dominate and destroy, but they are also in constant need of controlling themselves all the time. They're dangerous, but they're also sympathetic. They don't want to be this way. It is just the way that it is. And they are victims of their own biology. There's a utopian, idealist fantasy where men don't just want to control their violent outbursts, but they actually do control them. Like, how many versions of the scene between the human love interest and the vampire where he's like, back away, or like, I'm gonna hurt you, and she's like, I don't think you're gonna hurt me. You won't hurt me. I know you won't, or I know you're stronger than this. Things like that, right? Like, it's a fix-it fantasy in a way, but it's not futile, right? Like, there's an element here of like Matthew is always holding him back, even though we know that he has slept with human women before, even human women that he loves, and he only killed like one of them. They weren't even boning when it happened. She just like tried to break up a fight between him and his brother. Not to victim blame, but like, don't worry, that won't happen to Diana, guys. She's not like other girls. There's like a patriarchal fantasy, I think, where women are like the saving grace and sort of able to snap violent men out of the trance and violent fit that has been bestowed upon them or thrust upon them by an outside force, right? Like, they can't help because they're vampires. It's like a sort of pity for violent men who have been made violent by the patriarchy. The way that like in Vampire Diaries, they turn each other's humanity off and on, right? Like, a person that you truly love can turn off a vampire's humanity or turn it on. Buffy and the whole quest for sort of Angel or Spike's soul, you know, Diana being like, this isn't you, you won't hurt me. In a way, what we see is like historically women have taken the male sexually dominant monster of a vampire and essentially sort of castrated him in a lot of ways. We've turned them into rabid beasts that obey, like literally. In this book, we get introduced to another one of Matthew's secrets, which is that he has blood rage. Blood rage it's that I'm a ripper doesn't stop scene. It's insane rage that is triggered not by blood. It seems to be triggered more by like intense emotions, I guess, but like it's a need for blood, I think. Matthew has not told Diana about this, so it's another like deep, dark secret that they bond over before they officially tie the knot for the third time or whatever. But what's wild about blood rage thing is that it is a part of what Matthew has been doing for his father for all of these years, is hunting down blood rage vampires. His father has essentially turned him into a hunting dog, deliberately triggers his blood rage so that he will murder other vampires who have blood rage. And he has done this keeping Matthew's own blood rage a secret. So I don't even, like, it's worse than eugenics. It's like an ethnic cleansing. It's crazy that this is even a thing, but it's going to be a much bigger deal in book 3. But for now, like, Matthew has gotten his blood rage sort of under control, under super duper control, more or less. All that to say, like, Matthew and the entire vampire community are essentially under the impression by the 21st century that blood rage has been eradicated. Just keep that in mind for later. But like a part of this sort of metaphorical castration and healing, HEEL, of these historically very dominating, violent creatures is taking away the sex drive. Either taking it away completely, as we kind of see in like Interview with a Vampire books. The show, different story. But the original books, I'm like, I haven't finished it, but I'm pretty sure they're like totally celibate, or, you know, like taking it away very sort of practically. Or in the Twilight series, we see like Bella is the one who really wants to do it, and he has to kind of be the one to stop things. And it's this idea that like they have no carnal desire for that in any traditional way. They're down, you know what I mean? Like Matthew's like, one day, but it's not like an uncontrollable urge that he has. Like they're bundling, they're talking about bundling, you guys, in Discovery of Witches. Like, as in the Amish courtship practice of sleeping fully clothed, tied and wrapped together, sometimes with a wooden board in between you for contraception. Like, Debbie, what is going on? They're kind of joking about the bundling. They're not going to do bundling, but like they're also kind of doing bundling. So like, There's also definitely a point where he'll go down on her. So it could also be this like women's pleasure fantasy thing, knowing for sure, like, and confidently that like he is super down to just do that and let her be a pillow princess, and like that it is all sort of centered on her. I can see that. But the book is not particularly spicy. Like, even when it does dip into those, it's like it doesn't read like erotica. So I don't know. I think there's something maybe in the fantasy that like he only wants her for her, and he is really interested in this because he enjoys bringing her pleasure, and he is not controlled by like fleshly desires, right? But like he's a vampire. So like I don't, and like Diana's perspective on sex is like a whole other thing. She has the moral high ground because she can find people to satisfy her physical needs, but she doesn't sleep around, is like the energy. It's a very strange tone she has. I don't know. I just like, there's no rule about how or when you have to have sex with your partners. None whatsoever. I'll say it louder. There is no rule about when or how often or in what way you have to have sex with your partner or not partner ever whatsoever. Okay? There's no rules about it. It's just an element of the story that I think could have been used to say something interesting maybe about vampire sex and sex practices. Like it could be used to sort of dive into and make a point about the fact that like just because you've had sex in the past doesn't mean you want to have sex in this current relationship, or about like a changing sexuality. Sex drives change or desires change. There's so much that could have been done with it. Instead, the only reason they're not having sex truthfully is because it would ruin the surprise baby. Remember the surprise baby that we already know about? Because Diana and Matthew are under the impression that they are not compatible and assuming they are both clean. There's no reason why they would use traditional protection, and she probably would have gotten pregnant right away, and that would have killed the surprise. And could she have used some sort of hormonal birth control and like skipped one day by accident, or like, I don't know, traveled to 1591 and created the same sequence of events? Absolutely. Right? Like it's a fix-it fantasy in a way, but it's not futile, right? Like there's an element here of like Matthew is always holding him back, even though we know that he has slept with human women before, even human women that he loves, and he only killed like one of them. They weren't even boning when it happened. She just like tried to break up a fight between him and his brother. Not to victim blame, but like, don't worry, that won't happen to Diana, guys. She's not like other girls. There's like a patriarchal fantasy, I think, where women are like the saving grace and sort of able to snap violent men out of the trance and violent fit that has been bestowed upon them or thrust upon them by an outside force, right? Like they can't help because they're vampires. It's like a sort of pity for violent men who have been made violent by the patriarchy. The way that like in Vampire Diaries, they turn each other's humanity off and on, right? Like a person that you truly love can turn off a vampire's humanity or turn it on. Buffy and the whole quest for sort of Angel or Spike's soul, Diana being like, this isn't you, you won't hurt me. In a way, what we see is like historically women have taken the male sexually dominant monster of a vampire and essentially sort of castrated him in a lot of ways. We've turned them into rabid beasts that obey, like literally. In this book, we get introduced to another one of Matthew's secrets, which is that he has blood rage. Blood rage it's that I'm a ripper doesn't stop scene. It's insane rage that is triggered not by blood. It seems to be triggered more by like intense emotions, I guess, but like it's a need for blood, I think. Matthew has not told Diana about this, so it's another like deep, dark secret that they bond over before they officially tie the knot for the third time or whatever. But what's wild about blood rage thing is that it is a part of what Matthew has been doing for his father for all of these years, is hunting down blood rage vampires. His father has essentially turned him into a hunting dog, deliberately triggers his blood rage so that he will murder other vampires who have blood rage. And he has done this keeping Matthew's own blood rage a secret. So I don't even, like, it's worse than eugenics. It's like an ethnic cleansing. It's crazy that this is even a thing, but it's going to be a much bigger deal in book 3. But for now, like, Matthew has gotten his blood rage sort of under control, under super duper control, more or less. All that to say, like, Matthew and the entire vampire community are essentially under the impression by the 21st century that blood rage has been eradicated. Just keep that in mind for later. But like a part of this sort of metaphorical castration and healing, HEEL, spell of these historically very dominating, violent creatures is taking away the sex drive. Either taking it away completely, as we kind of see in like Interview with a Vampire books. The show, different story. But the original books, I'm like, I haven't finished it, but I'm pretty sure they're like totally celibate, or, you know, like taking it away very sort of practically. Or in the Twilight series, we see like Bella is the one who really wants to do it, and he has to kind of be the one to stop things. And it's this idea that like they have no carnal desire for that in any traditional way. They're down, you know what I mean? Like Matthew's like, one day, but it's not like an uncontrollable urge that he has. Like they're bundling, they're talking about bundling, you guys, in Discovery of Witches, like as in the Amish courtship practice of sleeping fully clothed, tied and wrapped together, sometimes with a wooden board in between you for contraception. Like, Debbie, what is going on? Okay, they're kind of joking about the bundling. They're not going to do bundling, but like they're also kind of doing bundling. So like, there's also definitely a point where he'll go down on her. So it could also be this like women's pleasure fantasy thing, knowing for sure, like, and confidently that like he is super down to just do that and let her be a pillow princess, and like that it is all sort of centered on her. I can see that. But the book is not particularly spicy. Like even when it does dip into those, it's like it doesn't read like erotica. So I don't know. I think there's something maybe in the fantasy that like he only wants her for her, and he is really interested in this because he enjoys bringing her pleasure, and he is not controlled by like fleshly desires, right? But like he's a vampire, so like I don't. And like Diana's perspective on sex is like a whole other thing. She has the moral high ground because she can find people to satisfy her physical needs, but she doesn't sleep around, is like the energy. It's a very strange tone she has. I don't know. I just like, there's no rule about how or when you have to have sex with your partners. None whatsoever. I'll say it louder. There is no rule about when or how often or in what way you have to have sex with your partner or not partner ever whatsoever. Okay? There's no rules about it. It's just an element of the story that I think could have been used to say something interesting maybe about vampire sex and sex practices. Like it could be used to sort of dive into and make a point about the fact that like just because you've had sex in the past doesn't mean you want to have sex in this current relationship, or about like a changing sexuality. Sex drives change or desires change. There's so much that could have been done with it. Instead, the only reason they're not having sex truthfully is because it would ruin the surprise baby. Remember the surprise baby that we already know about? Because Diana and Matthew are under the impression that they are not compatible and assuming they are both clean. There's no reason why they would use traditional protection, and she probably would have gotten pregnant right away, and that would have killed the surprise. And could she have used some sort of hormonal birth control and like skipped one day by accident, or, you know, like, I don't know, traveled to 1591 and created the same sequence of events? Absolutely. Part 6. I promise this is still about alchemy. Sort of. So Diana finds out she's pregnant, or rather Matthew finds out that Diana is pregnant a few days after they have sex because he can hear it. I don't know or care enough about pregnancy to check what he means by that, but he finds out she's pregnant, a thing that we very much knew was going to happen. He's like, okay, now we got to get back to the future. And Diana is like, bro, I do not know how. And he is flabbergasted. Matthew behaves as if this is the first that he is hearing of this information. Like, I'm 96% certain that they all know that she does not know how to get back when they get there. That's why they need to get her a magical teacher. But anyway, they need to find her a teacher, and they do, sort of. They find her an alchemy teacher in Mary Sidney, who is Lady Mary Sidney, the Countess of Pembroke, a real person who historically, Mary Sidney was incredible. So cool. She was extremely well educated. Many sources call her the most educated woman in England at the time. She was an author and a writer. She's one of the first women to publish written work under her own name ever. It was like a translation of work, which we know on this channel. We love translators. We have a very high respect for the art of translation. Translation is a very messy thing. It's very difficult, and a good translation can make all the difference. So we love translators. But yeah, she also like ran with a crowd of famous writers like Billy Shakes himself. She and her family financially supported one of the first theater troupes. She was just like a pretty revolutionary revolutionary badass, okay? And she did practice alchemy. She practiced alchemy. She was very interested in medicine and healing. That's where that crossover comes from. And in the show, she knows about creatures. She knows about vampires, demons, and witches. And she too has decided to study alchemy while making statements like there is no magic in alchemy, which is insane, but see part 1. Yeah, Diana is also losing control of her magic at this point. She makes the snakes on Mary Sydney's shoes come to life, and it's like fucking shit up in the lab, and like Mary doesn't want to work with her, but then changes her mind because of course she does, I think is the reason. Her and Mary Sydney work often on this part of the alchemical process and experiments where they are chasing the green lion. One of the sort of more famous alchemical images is this one of a green lion eating a sun. The lion represents often the like a greenish substance that you would end up with at some point. I'm not a scientist. You combine that with iron and sulfuric acid. When they would make this mixture, it could pretty much dissolve anything and everything except for gold. So you would be able to put your substance or something through it and essentially dissolve everything that is not gold. How often did we find gold there? Don't ask me. But the thought process on it would be this line is consuming everything, and then there's like the sun is the gold that's in it. So that's sort of one of the things that they're working on, and it gets very explosive and wild. Diana has also found herself a teacher because Sophie is the demon. So I don't think I mentioned Sophie and Nathaniel a lot or at all in the beginning of the video when I talked about book 1, but they are characters in book 1. They're a much bigger deal in the show, and I quite like them in the show. I think they're fun. But the general vibe is Sophie is a demon who was born to 2 witches. So that's like not supposed to be a thing that happens, right? Like witches are supposed to only make witches, not demons. It's not clear if it's normal for witches to have non-witch children, but evidently Sophie's not a witch because she very much gets treated just like a demon and she very much cannot do magic. But she is having a baby with Nathaniel. Nathaniel is also a demon. He is the son of like the demon on the congregation. So Sophie has been having visions of Diana for like her whole life. And she also has this little trinket that was like passed down through her family for centuries. And it's Diana. It looks like Diana. And that is what they end up using to go back in time because it is something that Matthew lost in a chess game to Kit that night. So like that's actually kind of cool. That is quite cool. It's very cool in the show. Why did I bring all of this up now? Because one of the witches that they meet in 1591 is Sophie's like doppelganger. It's her exact replica. The version of Sophie that's in 1591 comes to kind of assess Diana's magical ability. So she gives her a test. She's like, hey, crack this egg and then maybe I can like let you into our magic club. And Diana can't do it. Instead, she brings the egg to life. She gestates a chick inside of this egg. And she's like, oh no, I did it wrong because she's an idiot. I'm being harsh, but I stand by it. Anyway, so that's enough. That is enough apparently to get her into magic lessons with Goody Alsop. Goody Alsop is so old and thin that her skin clung to the bones of her hands and wrists. The witch's voice was strangely hearty for someone so frail. However, an intelligence snapped in her eyes. The woman might be an octogenarian, but no one would dare call her infirm. An octogenarian. An octogenarian. Octogenarian is the word that we just used. Am I not in focus? Do you want to know what that fucking word means? Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? I didn't. It means somebody who's in their 80s. And this is coming from an author who over-explains literally everything. Everything is over-explained, but she won't tell us what an ooblet is, and she uses the word octogenarian. Clearly, this book was also written in a time before octogenarian became the gold standard for leader of the free world as well. But anyway, Goody Alsop meets Diana and is like, finally, babes, I have been waiting for you like forever. And we find out that Diana is something called a weaver. And a weaver is, get this, a super special kind of witch. I know, it's so shocking. Diana, who is already a pure magic bishop blood, who can do the very rare and ancient element magic of witch water and witch fire, who talks to the goddesses, who is a time walker and a chimera. She's also a super rare type of witch? Wow. And get this, on top of that, remember Diana's like one flaw that she kind of sucks at magic because she was not trained and she was spellbound and all that stuff? Well, turns out doesn't matter. Wouldn't have even mattered how much training she had as a young witchling, because a weaver cannot use spells in the regular way. It just means you're so good that you can't do normal spells. You have to like make up your own spells and fundamentally change the structure of magic or whatever. And I hate this. 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 I hate special snowflake stories. I hate chosen one stories. I hate it. It's like my least favorite thing. I think that they ruined Doctor Who with that timeless child thing. I hate that Rey was a Palpatine. I hate when they do this. I like when normal people do extraordinary things. Anyway, we spend more or less a whole chapter with Goody Alsop explaining all of the special secret traits of witches. What? It's like that scene in Harry Potter, but she's like, I can't be a weaver. She doesn't have an accent, but she's like, I can't be a weaver. I'm bad at spells. And Goody is like, that's because you make spells. That's how magic works. Diana's like, that's not how magic works. And she's like, do you want to teach the class? Do you want to teach the class? Because you sound like you want to teach the class. Anyway, the fact that she is also a weaver is the reason that she can carry the vampire baby that she's currently carrying, I think. Right? I thought it was because of the whole like 8-year twin in the womb thing. Apparently it's actually this. It's just a perk of the gig. If you're a weaver, you can carry vampire babies. Like it's just presented as if that's the reason. This interaction with Goody Alsop makes Matthew irrationally angry for whatever reason. And I'm only telling you because in response, Diana tells us in her inner monologue, Matthew was taking charge again, which meant things were about to take their usual turn for the worse, which I thought was very funny. Anyway, there's also kind of like a funny conversation about vampire literature in the 21st century, and she's telling him all of the tropes, and Matthew is like, that is ridiculous, I do not manhandle you, and she's just like starts listing off times that he manhandled her, and it's quite fun. I do appreciate the acknowledgement that this is fan fiction. Anyway, Diana has to weave herself a spell to get home, and to do this she has to sort of master these things called knots, okay? And when these are presented to us, they are presented to us as like metaphysical things, okay? Metaphysics is like stuff that's not real, okay? Like not physical. It's like thoughts and like thought structures and like dreams and concepts, right? Things that are real but not like physical. They're presented as like either like a magic, like a light in the air type thing, but like a thing that she's like engaging with on like a different level, okay? And just keep that in mind because later they become like very physical things that you can trap under jars. So now Diana is doing Weaver magic training with Goody Alsop and alchemy training with Mary Sidney. And when she's with Mary Sidney, they create Diana's tree. And I just want to talk about Diana's tree because it's actually pretty cool. Mary Sidney has been following a textbook of, alchemical instructions. And she says, see, here it is now on the 18th of January, and I began the work on the 9th of December. It has taken exactly 40 days, just as the sages promised. Which is true. A lot of the texts say that it's going to take 40 days. Arbor Diana, Diana's tree. So Diana's tree, also known as the philosopher's tree or Arbor Philosophorum, is often considered to be like a precursor to achieving this philosopher's stone. It's a step in a lot of the processes that you find in alchemical texts. It happens when you combine silver and mercury into a solution of silver nitrate, and it kind of explodes and breaks out like a tree. Hopefully I can find like a video of someone doing it in the 21st century or whatever. It explodes and it like sort of branches out within the solution that it's in, and it looks like a tree, and it's called Diana's tree because it's silver, like the moon, because the moon is silver and Diana is the goddess of the moon, and so it is Diana's tree. Dendric amalgam of crystallized silver obtained from mercury in a solution of silver nitrate, officially according to Wikipedia. It was originally described by Nicholas Lemery, and he is the guy who was like, it takes 40 days, and it's pretty much right. There's also a recipe for Diana's tree found in one of Sir Isaac Newton's old works, because he also fucked around with alchemy a little bit. He kept that a big secret because it was like not super, it wasn't very cool to be like a scientist doing alchemy, I guess. So we don't know if he actually attempted it, but he did have like a recipe or instructions to complete and make Diana's tree in his his notes, which I think is cool. And it works. Modern scientists have done it. Anyway, so she makes Diana's tree. That's a cool thing. She discovers during one of her magic lessons that she's got a familiar. Not a cat. Not a cat. Her familiar is a dragon. It's a fire drake. Sorry. It's a fire drake. And it's like a magic pet that she has that like lives inside of her chest. And I thought it was like a metaphor, like a spiritual thing, like a patronus or something along those lines. But it's also just a dragon. Just a dragon. So it's a dragon. We can add that to the list of things that Diana can do. And I tell you that she has this dragon because when she's in an alchemy lesson with Mary, she sees one of the images on the wall, because Mary's got like these big alchemical murals everywhere, and one of them is that green dragon, that green lion eating the sun, only it's not the green lion, it's like her pet fire drake, and it's not the sun, it's like Matthew's family seal. So she's like, hey, why don't you put my blood in to the mixture with silver and mercury and the aquaforte? Like, why don't I bleed into it? Which is a great idea, to be honest. It actually, I do kind of love her for that, for being like, it might be wild if I just like bleed into this magic. It does some bubbling, and she starts thinking about like the beginnings of Ashmole 72, which is like, it begins with absence and desire, it begins with the discovery of witches, which is the title of the first book, but and then apparently that means that it worked. That's where the chapter ends. Chapter ends, we go back to magic school. There's a lot more name dropping, particularly name dropping of a man named John Dee. John Dee is a real person. Well, was. John Dee is an alchemist. This is important to know because it was John Dee's library of alchemical texts that Elias Ashmole tracked down and searched for. So they're thinking, hey, maybe John Dee has the book. Because remember, they're still also looking for a magic book. That's the plot. So they pack up, they abandon their 2 kids to go find this book. They also heavily imply that John Dee has so many children that the servants are killing themselves, which is so crazy that it has to be true, but I forgot to look it up. John Dee children. How many children did John Dee have? Dee was married 3 times and had 8 children. That's a lot of kids, but like, I don't know if that's drive your servants crazy kids. Anyway, so much so that the servants have been known to throw themselves down the well, Matthew observed pointedly. There's a bunch more name dropping. I'm gonna just drop them on the screen. We've got a gift from Lady Walsingham, a gift from Sir Christopher Hatton, a gift from the Marchioness of Northampton, and then they arrive at this big, beautiful library that John Dee has. Dee does have a gorgeous library. Deborah Harkness does know how to describe a library. The sex scenes in this book have nothing on the way that she describes a library, which I'm here for. Dee starts talking about this mysterious book that he has, right? That he thinks someone might have stolen it from him. He doesn't know where it is, but it's this like wild book. And he's like, it's so mysterious and I'm trying to figure out what it says. And they're like, oh my God, that is our book. And then she's like, what did it say? Like, what do you remember? And he starts talking about like these strange flower images and languages he didn't understand. And we're like, oh, it's the Voynich manuscript. The Voynich manuscript, if you don't know, is an illustrated codex. It's not illuminated. It's handwritten in an unknown script, and it's very mysterious, right? It has all these like alien looking flowers and animals, and no one's ever been able to decode the text, and it's very mysterious. And it popped up either being sold to or from a guy named Voynich in like the early 1900s. They carbon dated it to between like 1404 and 1438. But luckily, that's not the only weird book that John Dee has. He also has come into contact with another super strange book through Roger Bacon. Roger Bacon is a real person, one of those dudes from the 1200s that is like scientist, philosopher, alchemist, theologian, polymath, translator, like all the things. And he also, I think, like pretended to invent gunpowder. Or like he brought the recipe of gunpowder to England or Europe from where it was actually invented in China for the first time, which I think means he's in hell with Ronald Reagan? But it used to belong to Roger Bacon. Dee got his hands on it. Dee couldn't read it, but his assistant, Edward Kelly, could. Edward Kelly, also a real person. Edward Kelly was like professionally woo-woo, okay? He was like the Queen's official nut. He worked with John Dee. I'm pretty sure John Dee was also big on angels. One of them was really into communing with angels. I think it was Dee. Now I have to double check. Edward Kelly and John Dee were thick as thieves, okay? Or at least they worked together. And they were like sort of just like professional, mystical, wacky dudes that hung out in court. They also were quite involved with the Emperor of Prague, Emperor Rudolph. Edward Kelly, within the book, in the story, the fictional story, is a demon, and he can apparently read this book, and John Dee cannot. It's Ashmole 782, by the way, and this book is Ashmole 782. Like that, this is the book, and they know it's the book because Edward Kelly can read it, right? So Edward Kelly apparently told the Emperor of Prague that this book contained the secrets therein about a generation of metals and a secret method for obtaining immortality. So this is Ashmole 782, and Edward Kelly has stolen it. Because of course he did. So close. The idea here is that Edward Kelly switched Ashmole 782 with the Voynich manuscript, and then they had like a falling out, I guess, and he sent John Dee back to England. I don't know. He's still in Prague or something, and it's not in the Emperor's Library. I don't fucking know. He switched the books, he stole it, and John Dee is mad about it. So Matthew is like decoding the Voynich manuscript for whatever reason, and he basically says to John Dee like, hey, I'll take this book back to Emperor Rudolph in Prague, and I'll make a deal for Ashmole 782, and I'll bring it back to you. Just like, let me read it. John Dee is like, that sounds like a great plan. I would love to not have to do any work. But before they can leave, Mary Sidney is like, girl, you gotta see the insanity that your blood has done to my lab. They get there. Diana's tree is fucking massive. Not silver. Just like a recreation of the tree from her backyard in Connecticut. And then Matthew puts his blood on it and it starts growing fruit. Subtlety is not the name of the game here, okay? We don't have time to unpack any of that though, because William Cecil has shown up at Diana's house when she is alone, and he's like threatening her because the queen found out that Matthew is married, and she's like mad about it, and he's like, the queen doesn't love it when one of her favorites marries without her permission. She's like, he's not a favorite, he's a spy, because apparently that's not a secret. So now they have to go to court. They have to go to court and explain themselves because Queen Lizzie is pissed, but also luckily she would very much love to live forever as well. He's like, hey, we got this mysterious text that contains the secret to immortality, which is very funny because like every alchemical text supposedly contains the secret to immortality. But Queen Lizzie, desperate to live forever, agrees to not behead Diana and Matthew, I guess, and instead let them go and kidnap Edward Kelly because she wants to lock him in the Tower of London and force him to make her a philosopher's stone in exchange for her not killing the witches that she plans on killing. He was planning to save in Scotland where witches are being hunted almost definitely by Matthew's mother. It's like very confusing. They're like, okay, so now we definitely can go to Prague to get this book, and Goody Alsop is like, don't go to Prague, like you should be training to get home. And Diana's like, don't worry about it. They go to Prague. They thankfully send for the children. They bring their adopted children to Prague. Turns out that Javert, who is one of the bad vampires that they meet in the future, is like already there, and like he already fucked with the book and then kidnapped and killed a witch apparently. But then also like Edward Kelly still has the book and like it smells magical, so that's a good sign, or maybe it's not. And I don't know. They look at the book, then they have to leave. Then something happens. The Emperor of Prague like hits on Diana. There's a rabbi. Diana meets another weaver, lets her fire drake loose, and like she's like looking for a leash. Apparently there's like a physical leash. Matthew and her have a fight because she smells like all of these other people that she's been in contact with, and Diana is like, you're jealous, and he's like, no, but then she just like accuses him of not accepting her, which is like categorically untrue. He has done nothing but accept her and encourage her to embrace her magic and her true self and all of that stuff. But I think it's just an excuse for Diana to say, I can't help thinking about your friend Giordano Bruno. Desire urges me on as fear bridles me. I'm not afraid of your power or your strength or anything else about you. What are you afraid of, Matthew? A perfectly normal thing to say in the middle of a fight with your partner. I don't know. He's moodier than usual because I guess he really does want to eat her. He said that he didn't, but like apparently he does. And he does want to kill her, but it's apparently a big intimate thing. It's like a super vulnerable vampire custom, okay? And this has some historical basis in terms of like in the literature, like vampires and blood sharing and blood drinking has historically been, you know, a symbol for vulnerability and intimacy. For example, Jewel Gomez's The Gilda Stories from 1991 has a nameless girl who escapes from literal slavery only to be rescued and turned into a vampire by Gilda, the titular character. In that story, the sort of idea of blood drinking and blood sharing is very tender, very passionate, very sapphic, very, very erotic, and it's like a fair exchange, right? That is from the Octavia Butler Utopia thing. Anne Rice's vampires have like homoerotic fantasies of sexual and artificial paradises where heightened perception leads to increases in consciousness, such as those induced by drugs. They get like crazy high. The vampire Louis drinks a shot of blood, like a shot of peyote, and like sees the world with new eyes. So there is like definitely something to this. And if you look even further back, you can also see this kind of parallel. Like a lot of times the blood drinking was not consensual and it was very violent and dominating. Varney the vampire is from the 19th century, and Varney the vampire gorges on a woman very much against her will and like drags her by the hair. And it's a metaphor much closer to than something like the sort of consensual exchange that we see in modern stories that are written by women. In comparing the Varney the Vampire scene to the scene from Gilda, G.J. Hampton writes, both scenes, however, share a necessary subtextual concern with the connections among erotic desire, lust for power, control of the beloved, and the divine persuasion of resources. Both of these scenes do depict the vampire gazing at their beloved or their object of their desire while they're sleeping. The human partner doesn't really have a choice in either of them. They both sort of have to give control over. Gilda just sort of does so a little bit more willingly, and it's more spiritual. There's a lot of similarities, and it's really just the approach to it that kind of differs. And I think that the All Souls trilogy is kind of trying to do something similar with this experience of Diana letting Matthew drink from her, because when she does, he gets to have this vulnerable, intimate experience. Blood drinking is also a way for vampires to see into the pasts and into the minds of the people that they're drinking from. So there are scenes vampires are trying to get information out of somebody and they'll just drink their blood so they can peek in their memory. So Matthew is having this really vulnerable experience with Diana, and then she discovers that she has this like witch's kiss thing. I don't know how it works. She like injects her magic into him and it becomes a sort of symbiotic experience that they have, and they both see each other and know everything about each other. And they're closer and stronger than ever. According to Diana, this night marks the true start of their marriage in chapter 32 of the second book of their third wedding. Anyway, this ritual also has the benefit of like you get to read everybody's thoughts and memories and past. So she realizes that Matthew has a secret blood rage son named Benjamin. Because we didn't have enough plot already, which is probably a good time for me to tell you that like if you have been even remotely trying to like follow a plot, stop, jump ship, give up. It doesn't make any sense from here on out. I mean, I feel like we lost all sense with the fire drake. Like, I think the dragon came on the scene and it was like game over, but this is officially, game is turned off. We are unplugging the Game Boy. Okay, another random chapter from the perspective of Phoebe. Who is Phoebe? Good fucking question. I don't know. She's a new character that we meet in the third person omniscient, don't worry, who sells like rare artifacts and stuff, and Marcus is trying to buy these paintings of this blonde woman and a vampire because Diana and Matthew sat for paintings apparently at some point, and then he like blackmails her to go on a date with him. Meanwhile, back at the villa, the Emperor of Prague is telling some myth about a Christian woman and a cabbage. They find the book, but it's already missing the pages. They think about stealing the book, and then Jack is like, I'm nimble and quick, which I think was a weird way to put it. Are they implying that Jack be nimble, Jack be quick is inspired by their adopted son in 1591? I don't know. Actually, you should cut this. This is getting too long. They get the book and then they lose the book. Diana's having visions of like threads coming out of the book, and she's like, oh shit, no, like threads look like DNA, so we have to leave the book behind. And also they've like burned all of their bridges. Everybody in Prague hates them. Like they got to get out of Dodge because apparently everybody that was an ally is either dead or mad. Cut to the next day, Matthew two successfully stole the book anyway, even though they weren't gonna leave it. And then they get on a boat, and then they mention Draculesti. Apparently Dracula is also real, and like Baldwin ripped his head off at one point. It just... They need to get out of Prague, they need to run, but there's a problem trying to escape Prague because it just so happens that not only is everybody that was their friend either dead or angry at them, but it's also like the one night of the year where everyone is burning fake witches, and I quote, unless they can find a real one. Like... Walspernacht, they are lighting bonfires all around the city and burning effigies of witches, unless they can find a real one, of course. Not to worry, everything works out. Obviously, it's fine. They get back to England. Matthew heals Queen Elizabeth's toothache with a drop of his blood. Matthew's sister, Louisa, who we have heard about, who is dead in the future but alive now, she and Kit like team up to kidnap Diana, and they're like fighting over who is gonna get to kill her, and then she like flies up and just hangs out in the sky until Matthew gets home and like yells at them. He's like, where is she? And then all of his friends just like point up and she's just like hanging. I can't. It's like, if this series is like looking Camp directly in the eye, then Camp is shooting this series the biggest side eye. If looks could kill, Camp would have murdered A Discovery of Witches. I promise you. It's so insane and not fun. So they're like, we're gonna get back to the future. We gotta get back to the future. And right when we're about to go back to the future, Diana pulls a Olivia Pope season 2 episode 22 and whips around and is like, Dad? Actually, technically speaking, she says daddy, which is my least favorite thing ever. Grown women calling their fathers daddy, especially in a public place. I don't have a reason for it. It's probably just because I don't have a dad. I'm not telling you to stop doing it. Live your life. I'm just saying it's weird. To me. You're a grown woman. Anyway, Matthew like almost kills her father, but then doesn't, which is weird because he does then go back to their house for a drink. And Matthew's like, I recognized your scent because it's so similar to Diana's. And then it's like, why did you try to kill him? We also find out that Diana's father is significantly older than her mother. Weird detail we didn't need to know. You're with a vampire and you have something against our May-December romance. They delay exiting for literal weeks just to hang out with Diana's dead dad, which is good because I guess this experience like makes her realize that like she adopted 2 children in 1591 and she's about to abandon them. So last minute she goes to the evil vampire priest and she's like, hey, I've got super special magic witch blood. I'll give you like a drop if you promise to take care of these kids for me because I am gonna go fuck off. So she does it, but she doesn't tell Matthew because remember, it's like big deal. So they go back. Do they land in France with their family? No, of course they don't. We literally, like, she gets back and they have to take like a bus and a plane and a boat, and Matthew's got a diplomatic passport apparently. They run into Ysabeau and Ysabeau is like, your Aunt Emily is dead and you're pregnant with twins, and that's the end of book 2. The only other thing of note is that there is a postscript where it says that Shakespeare steals one of their ideas to write Love's Labour's Lost and All's Well That Ends Well. Not the play. Not the play. That's just me saying that all's well that ends well. The play that he writes is Love's Labour's Lost. Also, I wasn't kidding when I told you this was Name Drop Central. There's a whole section at the end that is just an appendix with like a who's who. And in that who's who, they do describe William Shakespeare as a scrivener and a forger who also makes plays, which is admittedly very funny. Part 7, creature racism. All right. Before we wrap it up, we need to talk about how this show handles race, or rather, how this show book series avoids handling race. Have you ever seen the movie Bright? If you haven't, don't go watch it, but you should go watch Lindsay Ellis's video on Bright, because that is basically what I'm going to be talking about here. Also, Princess Weeks has a really great video on, what was it? It was Slytherin. I'll put the actual video here. I promise this is not just like a Princess Weeks fan channel, although it kind kind of is. But we're going to be just kind of reiterating a lot of the talking points that are in both of those videos. So credit to them, obviously. So one of the biggest blunders of this show, in addition to just like its pacing being really rough and overall storytelling being rather weak, is the way that this book series and show sort of just clumsily slaps a race metaphor onto this. A Discovery of Witches has the same sort of problem that any kind of a woke reboot of like Harry Potter would have, and the same problem as shows like Bright and Carnival Row, and it's really bad. The sheer magnitude of white people in this show makes it painful to watch them fight against oppression with any level of sincerity. And not only in like a logistical sense, like we talked about it a little bit earlier, of like, it just doesn't make sense that these characters who have supposedly lived through the human world's history would continue to behave the way that they did, right? It just doesn't make any sense. Matthew's father, Philippe, died in World War II. He was killed by Nazi witches, okay? The fact that anyone in the de Clermont family after that would believe in any form of eugenics is insane. And the de Clermont family are like on the congregation. They are like hardcore enforcing it. Weird rambling, but let me just read it. The Twilight series, both like in its heyday and more prominently in recent years, has been criticized pretty heavily for its stereotyping and consistent portrayal of vampires as wealthy white people and the wolves as poor brown people, and just the generally quite racist, not even undertones, overtones of that series are on display and have been talked about by many people. We're not getting into it here. I pointed out just because it went unnoticed by a lot of mostly white Twilight readers and watchers at the time, particularly because, I mean, readership was largely young white girls. These are not people who are historically very aware of any of these kind of problems with representing brown people as animals, and probably weren't necessarily looking for it, and also just grew up in a bit of a privileged bubble. But like the same way that probably didn't really notice that Disney has a major habit of turning their characters of color into animals within the first 15 minutes. But another reason that I think it went unnoticed, in addition to everything that I just said, is that the Twilight series is not about freeing the vampires from oppression. The Twilight series is not about a class system on the text, right? Like the actual plot. Stephenie Meyer was not acting with any amount of racial awareness or sensitivity whatsoever, but you didn't notice because the story that she was telling was a star-crossed lover's tale. It was a Romeo and Juliet abstinence porn extravaganza with sparkles and fancy cars and lullabies. That was the focus of the story. That's where your attention went. And this is not a defense of that. Like, that's not a good thing about the... I think it's just one of the things that help white audience members not really pick up on the egregious micro and macro aggressions and just Stephenie Meyer's just refusal to engage with the implications of the universe that she built, because it didn't ruin the narrative. Her failure to engage with these things did not take away from the structure of the story that she was telling, okay? It didn't pull you out. Discovery of Witches does not have this luxury. Discovery of Witches has decided to tell an anti-segregation utopian science fiction fantasy story in the 21st century in England and America. Discovery of Witches cannot hide from its own failures to engage with the implications of the universe that it built. G.J. Hampton writes, "Allegory has always been the veil that politics has stood behind in order to not frighten away the genre's white adolescent male audience." This is not science fiction, it's fantasy, but I think that it very much applies. And I think a lot of the things that we talked about in like the Mars video about science fiction and how sci-fi is used to tell stories about the world that we do live in also applies to a lot of the fantasy genres and things that we have now. Political unconscious is a concept that was created by Frederick Jameson to articulate the implicit political dimensions of creative works. So even if you're not saying something politically and overtly, you're saying something politically. Stephenie Meyer's racism is part of the political unconscious of that book, because that's clearly not what she was trying to write about. I think she would probably deny it if you brought it up to her, but that is what leaked through. That's what bleeds through. And it's kind of what we talk about like sort of all the time whenever I'm talking about anything. But specifically, Jamil Kadir is writing about the political unconscious of two novels, one by Ursula K. Le Guin, The Left Hand of Darkness, and The Sparrow by Mary Doria Russell. So Ursula K. Le Guin's 1969 science fiction novel, The Left Hand of Darkness, follows a human man who has traveled to an alien world in order to recruit the natives to his military cause. He is obviously woefully unprepared, and the story centers on his experiences attempting to learn and understand this community. And I love Ursula K. Le Guin, okay? My first ever video essay is all about ecofeminism, and she comes up a lot. She's an icon. She's fantastic. I'm not above criticizing Ursula K. Le Guin, however. As with all kind of hardcore feminists from that era, definitely dips into essentialism, definitely dips into sort of white feminism territories. But overall, the book is about gender and sexuality and the main differences between the human protagonist's culture and the alien culture that he is interacting with. One of the biggest differences and things that separate the two are the way that they understand sex and sexuality. That's like the theme, right? And it takes a human and puts them into another world. Jamil Kadir writes that Le Guin avoids and erases political politics from Left Hand of Darkness by representing the protagonist's background as having been formed outside of the hegemonic power structures and systems represented that have affected other characters in the book and minorities in this country. I'm not the person to make a value judgment on this as a concept, right? I'm simply not the one who can say whether or not the fact that Le Guin has sort of sidestepped the real racial politics of her novel is like completely bad or completely good. I imagine it's probably somewhere in the middle, but the fact remains that using aliens as proxy and allegory to tell stories of oppression and first contact between different cultures means that you don't have to involve the nitty-gritty, messy, real-world history and contemporary reality of racism in our world today. Does it allow you to maybe focus on something else? Sure. Is that worth it? I don't know. But that is the way that it is, right? A Discovery of Witches does not do that. A Discovery of Witches is attempting to place an allegory smack in the center of our real world. It is taking monsters and creatures and inhuman beings into our world, trying to tell a symbolic story about humans with characters that are functionally human plus. And I think that the best way to understand kind of what I'm getting at and how it applies to Discovery of Witches is by talking about the demons. Because the demons are the only group of the three creatures that are being actively oppressed, right? Like witches and vampires in this universe, they hate each other and they're not allowed to fuck with each other, but like they're just kind of trying to stay out of each other's hair. They're allowed to do pretty much anything else except for be in love. Demons, on the other hand, demons are not allowed to meet in groups. They are not allowed to be together because the other creatures think that they will attract too much attention with their excess creativity, which doesn't make sense on a literal logical level because this is a world where there are high school theater troupes and furry conventions, so I don't know what they're concerned about. But that's the justification, right? Sophie and Nathaniel, who show up at the end of book 1, Sophie is a demon, her parents are witches, which is already a big bad secret. She is partners with Nathaniel. Nathaniel is also a demon, and they are about to have a child that they are both pretty sure is a witch. Nathaniel has like a bit of a subplot in the show about how he is trying to like create internet forums so that demons can talk to each other, so that they can have support groups. And his mother, who is on the congregation, is like, you need to not be doing that. You are going to get yourself killed. Like, this is a bad idea. And all of the demons are sort of constantly trying to fight for respect and to be taken seriously and to be given the time of day and to be allowed to hang out together. Octavia Butler said, "Science fiction has long treated people who might or might not exist extraterrestrials. Unfortunately, however, many of the same science fiction writers who started us thinking about the possibility of extraterrestrial life did nothing to make us think about the here-at-home variations. There are countless science fiction stories that treat non-human characters in ways that clearly echo minority groups throughout history. But instead of engaging with parallel alien versions of real-world nuances and intersectionalities, they gloss over them in favor of a we're all in this together, liberal, multiculturalism that Peter McLaren suggests collapses into an ethnocentric and oppressively universalistic humanism in which the legitimating norms which govern the substance of citizenship are identified most strongly with Anglo-American cultural political communities. Like, the demons are fighting to be accepted by the main culture, by the oppressing culture, right? They're not saying, leave us alone. They're not saying, treat us like humans. They're saying they want more seats on the congregation. They want their word to be taken seriously. They want to be able to make decisions and have opinions on how other things should be run in their world, right? Like, they want political power. Demons want to be allowed into this sort of elitist club that these others have created within this world on top of humanity. That on its own is maybe not necessarily a problem, right? Not necessarily bad that, like, these are characters who are fighting to have political power in a world where they are powerless. Like, that makes a lot of sense, I think. But the demon's plight only becomes something that Diana and Matthew and them are willing to take on and also fight for when Sophie says that she is pregnant with a witch. Because they are like, that proves that you are more like us than we thought, and therefore you are now worthy of our protection. Whereas demons who have been begging witches and vampires for help and respect for centuries, nothing, right? Matthew has had several demon friends. I'm sorry, not a single one of them has ever brought it up. It's only taken seriously by the other characters, the people in power, and the narrative itself when it means that there is more in common between the two than there is different. And we also see that in the fact that, like, Diana is carrying a vampire baby, and the fact that there is a child that is going, or children that are going to be both witch and vampire, is the turning point, is the holy grail, is the thing that is telling everybody in the universe, like, hey, we are not so different, you and I. And that feels like a very colonialist perspective on race relations, right? I said that it was weird that there are all of these colonizers that they're not talking about, because, like, there were people that went to the New World and were like, I'm gonna help these people. Like, right, there's this whole perspective on colonization of, like, we need to save the savages, right? Like, we need to bring these people into the future and into our world, and if we can assimilate these other people into our structure and society, then that is good, right? Then we can control them. That's why the United States took indigenous children from their families and put them into schools where they forced them to learn English and abused them, and just horrific things to kind of force these native people out of their culture and into the white dominating culture. And that's what I feel like the discovery of witches does not notice as a bad thing. Like, I think that that's something that they don't think about, right? And it gets even, like, further complicated when you think about the fact that, like, some of these characters are probably Black people and probably Indigenous people, and in the show they're certainly played by Black people and Indigenous people of all cultures and skin colors, and that just, like, makes it even more complicated because it's not explored, it's not thought about. There's no exploration of the fact that, like, some of these people must have complicated identities. Being a Black vampire is a very complicated identity that gets explored a lot in Interview with a Vampire. Interview with a Vampire is so good because they took a series that had similar issues to this, right? That was white people, white peopling, and vampires and all that stuff, and it wasn't really paying attention. There was no political conscious. It was all political unconscious. And the show really said, like, okay, let's put it on display. Like, let's put it out front. Let's see what is going on, what could be going on. Let's explore these identities and explore these experiences of, you know, a Black man in early 1900s Louisiana, and what that identity is like when you complicate it by having him be, like, a machine. like a killing machine. And then being in a gay relationship as well. Like there's a really great scene where he talks about how like even though they're vampires, these are people that could kill everybody in the theater very quickly. But in order to adjust and to kind of get through, Louis pretends to be his white vampire partner boyfriend's driver to go places, and the complicated sort of existence that might have. And then you see when, you know, they flash forward and they're in the 2020s and they're in our current time, Louis is an extremely wealthy, successful black man in this world, right? And he's open and he's out and he's allowed to be. I feel like A Discovery of Witches does not want to acknowledge that these characters would have lived and experienced the world any differently 100 years ago than they are now. And where witches are concerned, for all of the talk of the witch trials, the idea that witches just went into permanent hiding for centuries and watched as the witch trials were debunked as being about hysteria and sexism and misogyny and fear. Like the fact that witches lived through the second and third waves of feminism and still said, you know, it's actually probably better if we just stay quiet and we listen to the vampires tell us what to do. The idea that there's a part of their identity that they have to hide is not explored because Diana is not a character who cares about her witch identity. She barely engages with it. She's basically a human who gets turned into a witch very suddenly. And interestingly, Diana's parents were killed by natives in Africa because they thought they were witches. That is her like core trauma. She does not think about at all like what were your parents doing in Africa, these two white witches, where they were in a position to be killed out of fear by natives. This is not actually what happened to them, but this is the story that she thinks for a long time. And that's not something that she has ever thought about. She has this strange relationship with like people thought they were witches. And she really has like a disdain for them. And it made me think about the story of the young Christian missionary who went to the island in Sentinel to attempt to preach, and he was killed. And there's a really interesting documentary on it. I'll have to get the title, but there's a really interesting documentary on it where they kind of go through the history of like white people coming into spaces full of indigenous cultures and trying to save them, or ethnographers, like trying to study these people and to think that they need to bring them into the future or whatever. The idea that that's inherently good is like a white colonist perspective. He had no business going there. They don't want people there. They never have. They've made it very clear. But every once in a while, somebody thinks that they're going to be the exception. And they just have the word of God. They have God on their side. Whatever it is. There's like an audacity, I guess, and lack of empathy and respect for the other, for someone that is different from you, that must be at play for a situation like that. I'm not saying that Diana should have had sympathy for the people who killed her parents, but she's sort of just like a little racist about it. Like why did that need to be the story that she was told anyway? That's where the political unconscious of this story comes out, because why did that have to be the lie that she was told? Diana never really interrogates the fact that maybe her parents were doing something they weren't supposed to be doing. And she never thinks about the fact that like they were right? She thinks of these people who killed her parents as crazy, as hysterical and terrified and acting irrationally. But again, like her parents were fucking witches. That's not actually what happened. What actually happened is other witches killed her parents because they were so powerful. And they killed them in this violent manner, and they, you know, made it look ritualistic is what we're told. And they basically framed these native people for this murder of these two witches. And Diana finds this out while she is at Matthew's. Somebody sends her like pictures that are proof that her parents were killed by other witches. And this is used as the basis for Diana and Ysabeau to bond, because Diana is quite sus of the fact that Ysabeau has historically carried out witch hunts, as I think anybody would be, right? She's like, you've been killing my people. But she so wants Ysabeau to like her as well, because she's Matthew's mother. And one of the ways that she bonds with Ysabeau is she is like, I hate witches too. Like, she's like, you can trust me. I want to be part of your family. I support your family. My parents were killed by witches. I think there are bad witches too. And so narratively, Ysabeau is like forgiven of her crimes, right? She is forgiven the genocides because the victims of her crimes have also harmed Diana. Which is like doesn't, like, what? And I bring this up because in The Sparrow by Mary Russell, the central character Emilio Sandoz is a Puerto Rican of Taino descent. Is a Puerto Rican, and he is exploring a new planet, and he is eventually tortured and mutilated to death by the natives. And so this character, this human character, goes into this other world and becomes a stand-in for all of humanity, right? However, this is a man whose culture, where he comes from on Earth, is he's a victim of colonization. And the political unconscious of that book comes out in its inability to engage with that contradiction. Kadar writes, Sandoz, the traditional victim of European colonization, becomes a symbol of the same forces that have exterminated his people and continue to dominate them with a neo-colonial capitalist economy. This allows the novel to affirm the colonizer's innocence through what Russell refers to as radical ignorance, and as a result, to offer a culturally relativist re-narrativization of the brutal history of European colonialism by granting the colonizers absolution from their crimes against humanity. Like, the vampires narratively are sort of forgiven for the systematic hunting of witches by Diana when she finds out that witches killed Philippe, and Ysabeau's genocide and targeted witch hunts are forgiven when Diana finds out that witches killed her parents as well. And to a degree, it's like, I mean, Diana's a white person, right? Like, I guess she has an inherent sympathy for colonization and genocide. But like, to know and hate the Nazis and also not think that vampire eugenics is wrong is just a contradiction that is not really dealt with. In The Sparrow, the fact that this mission to this other planet, this native community, the fact that this mission is spearheaded and run by the other, right? A representative of what we here reading the book would consider the other, of a victim of colonization, whose ancestors were also decimated and attacked and brutalized by people doing the same thing that he is doing, like, that is so largely ignored. The fact that the mission is spearheaded by an other whose ancestors have been decimated and whose culture has been obliterated by the same historical forces that he serves as an agent and representative of is largely ignored. And the largely ignored, I think, is what is important, because it's not that you can't tell a story like that. It's not like there's never been a victim of abuse that has gone on to perpetuate that, right? But the fact that that is not something that is thought about or engaged with at all tells us that it's not something that the author considered or thought about. And that tells us a lot about the surface level of the sort of metaphor that's going on. And when you dig into why Russell wrote that book, it's because it was in retaliation of critiques of Columbus. She thought that it was unfair for people living at the end of the 20th century who have all kind of new morals and experiences. She felt it was unfair of us to hold people living centuries ago to the same moral standards that we have today. I think she said it was specifically unfair for people living at the end of the 20th century to hold those explorers and missionaries to standards of sophistication and tolerance that we hardly manage even today. She wanted to tell a story where a modern, sophisticated, educated individual is put in the same position as someone like like Christopher Columbus. They are going into a place that they know nothing about the biology or the ecology or the language or the culture or anything. And like, this is bullshit, right? Like, first of all, it's bullshit on principle because Christopher Columbus was already very racist before he started colonizing. He was wanting to liberate Christians from all Muslims who he saw as like the enemy of Christianity and good, which is white people. Columbus was already racist, and they were already aware of otherness. They knew what they were gonna find there. Columbus and the early colonists were not ignorant of radical otherness, as Russell wishes her readers to believe. These colonists were intimately acquainted with the other, not only through the actual transactions in the contact zone, but also through classic Eurocentric texts that orientalized the other in order to justify their colonization and genocide. But even though it's wrong, even though she's wrong, Russell is almost able to trick the reader into believing that version of the story because the other is not human. The other is so radically different, right? That she's able to skip past some of the realities of history. Deborah Harkness put the other across the street. She put the other across the hall, across the table. Everyone in this world, the other and the protagonist, the self and the other, all live and experience in the same world. Central to this notion of radical ignorance in the contact zone and its post-national subtext is the affirmation of the innocence of the colonizers and the depoliticization of first contact narratives. Only by balancing the aesthetic and utopian with the political and real can science fiction be visionary, yet committed to the transformation of social relations in the present. And so the political unconscious that comes with A Discovery of Witches is this idea of racism and othering and human relations and cultural interactions that feels like a first grader's interpretation. It's this fluffy idea that we all just kind of need to get along. And if we could all just hold hands, then we can all live here. There's enough space in the United States for everyone. Like, that's the energy that she is exuding, because it is so clear that she has not even remotely thought about the real world victims of the segregation and of the harm and the racism and the political structures that she has put into her fantasy. And she could have gotten away with it too if she didn't set it in the 21st century. Anyway, we're going to talk about that again later. Let's move on for now. Let's move on so we can get to the eugenics disparaging commentary. We're getting to the end of the video, which means that we're just winging it and the script is not finished. Alright, we're in book 3. Book 3. Home stretch. Home stretch, book 3. Alright. So Emily is dead. Surprise. Page 1, we find out that Emily, which is one of Diana's aunts, is a ghost, chilling on a ghostly plane with Philippe at Sceptre. And I mention this because Philippe does say something funny about how, considering that he is her only ghostly companion for the rest of their ghostly existence, he probably shouldn't be yelling at her like he's a servant. And it's funny because there is a servant in the house. The first book, I felt like, skirted around this topic a little bit. I felt like they were kind of not trying to say that Martha was an immortal housekeeper, because they didn't ever really specify whether or not she was paid. Apparently she is. She's paid quite well, they say, but she does work for them. She works for the de Clermonts and has done for centuries. Which is bonkers. That's insane. That's an insane thing. That's insane. You've been alive for centuries, you don't need to have a job anymore. Your 401k must be amazing. You can go into a bank and rob a bank and not need to work. That's craziness. There's such a weird hierarchy and like obsession with family and the idea of like serving a house, which I think is a thing that like a lot of medieval kind of inspired stuff gets really into. Like if like Game of Thrones, there's a lot of like the house of this, the house of that. But it's very strange to see them doing it in the 21st century, because there's no reason that you need to be loyal to the house of the de Clermonts when you can rob a bank. You can manipulate your way into the stock market. You can just drink the blood of rich people. Like, you can do so many things. You do not need to work. If you're a vampire who's working, it's because you like what you're doing and you're bored. You maybe need to tax something, I guess. None of the vampires in this universe gain, like, their own independence outside of the de Claremonts. Like, so the vampires that continue to work for the de Claremonts, like, are doing so out of this, like, weird loyalty to them, right? And I just don't get it. The way that they first introduced this is the same way they first introduced the, like, vampire marriage thing, where it's like a vibe. It's like a cultural decision, right? It's like they decide they are still family, and, like, maybe they're really drawn to each other because of the siring. They were a family. And then you realize that it's like Philippe was like the head of Ysabeau and everyone that Ysabeau made and everyone that Matthew made, and it's like a branched out tree, and everything led back up to this man. And then he died. And now, like, the family name is supposedly so important that they are saying to people in the year of our Lord 2010 and or 18, depending on which version of the media you are consuming, how could you not be willing to lay your life down for Diana and Matthew right now when Matthew's father saved you 800 years ago? Like, there are people that wait centuries to serve these people, to work for them, to be soldiers for them. They wait centuries. That's crazy. It just reminds me consistently of the fact that, like, Matthew is part of the most powerful oligarchy in vampirism. He is from the fucking, like, the Roy family of vampires, okay? This is the Rockefellers of vampire. These are, like, top tier. He is the 1% of the vampires, which is crazy town. And he is having a child with the singular most powerful witch to ever have existed in all of witchdom. And she grew up doing horseback riding in New England. And these two privileged straight white people are leading the revolution. Just keep that in mind, okay? Where were we? Oh, Emily's dead, right? Emily's dead. We find that out before Diana does, because we get to talk to Emily's ghost. Bummer. Which is stupid, because we are not even in Diana's perspective when we do find out about this from her perspective, right? We get the ghost chapter, and then we just get a third-person omniscient chapter where Diana finds out about how Emily died, and then instead of, like, a reasonable flashback, they just recount the story to her. So everyone just tells her in great detail. And in true fantasy book fashion, they describe these events as having happened very quickly, but also enough time for several people to monologue and to overhear the monologues. Apparently, Emily was fucking around with higher magics, which are a thing now. She was trying to contact Diana's dead mother, and then Peter Knox, evil witch, showed up and killed her, and then her last words were, "I know the secret of Ashmole 782 and you will never possess it." You're expecting me to say that I'm kidding, and I'm not going to say that I'm kidding. I have in my notes that this might be one of the worst chapters of any book that I have ever read. Anyway, this is the point in the video essay. Accuracy is no longer a top priority here, okay? Coherency, no longer at the top of my list of things to do. For one reason, the plot has gotten so unbelievably convoluted that I think that it might truly be impossible to keep track of. And for another, the show has become unwatchable at this point. The level of cringe in the third season of this show is violent. It's a hate crime. It's taken me months to get through it, and I have to watch the last episode still, but I just don't want to. I will say I do prefer the coloring of this season, though. It's giving Twilight Saga. It's giving blue. It's giving blue light. I love it. Just to keep track, in case you forgot while we were doing the creature racism interlude, everyone is back, okay? Matthew and Diana were needlessly causing trouble in 1591 and have now returned to Scepter. Peter Knox killed Emily, Diana's aunt, and Sarah's wife, who is also at Scepter. and Marcus got engaged and mated to that human woman that he blackmailed into going on a date with him. She wants to be a vampire, so he's like, let's give it a couple months, but sure. Sophie had a baby that's witch baby to demons. Diana's pregnant with twins. There have also been like a bunch of murders. Baldwin is back. Baldwin... It's not particularly clear what Baldwin has been doing while Diana and Matthew were in 1591, but it's some kind of canoodling, okay? He's been doing some kind of canoodling and making things difficult for Diana and Matthew, because he walks in on them when they're like boning, and he's like, get your ass downstairs. And he shows up basically with Matthew's hot bisexual vampire sister, who is not the hot bisexual vampire sister who kidnapped Diana in 1591 because she's dead. It's the other one that we got a random chapter of that person named Varen that Diana has never heard of until this point. Diana has this to say about Varen. Varen. Matthew had warned me about Philippe's daughters, who were so terrifying that the family asked him to stop making them. I love the idea that all of Philippe's vampire women that he turned just turned out to be like empowered badasses that terrified everyone. Because Philippe didn't treat Diana like a woman in any sense. Like, I genuinely, I think that he probably treated them exactly as he treated all the men, and so they just came out badasses with the de Clermont name and de Clermont money, and they were just a danger to society. And the congregation was like, please, sir, before we all start licking boots in exchange for drops of rat blood, stop making women. Yeah, no, they show up. They showed up because Diana reeks to high heaven because Philippe put a blood vow on her. I thought when he like adopted her that it was like a vibe, a spiritual, like I vow on my blood that I treat you as my daughter and I'm gonna like make sure everybody knows it and stuff. Apparently it's magic, and apparently it sings for a year and 3 days exactly, and everybody knows that this is a thing that happens. So they can all like hear her blood. Because she's a de Clermont. Like, does this make it incest? Nothing is more public than adopting a warm blood into a vampire clan. Varen told me. She looked at Matthew. Didn't you take the time to teach the witch our vampire customs before you rushed into this forbidden affair? And Diana replies, time was a luxury we didn't have. Ma'am, you just time traveled to 1591 and fucked around for months. You are a time walker. Girl. We find out that Matthew is also a vampire assassin. He's the de Clermont family assassin, which is apparently different killing than whatever Philippe was having him do when he was like making him kill all the blood rage vampires. This is like a separate gig where he murders for the de Clermonts. Diana's loaded because apparently Philippe paid a dowry for her, which is not how dowries work. He gave her a bunch of money and then had one of his servants invest it for her for centuries. So now she's loaded. Even though she was already loaded because she already had half of what Matthew had because he had those papers drawn up. But like, she's loaded. They're all fighting. Matthew slut shames his sister. Diana impresses them with witch wind, and then everyone decides not to kill each other yet. We're still not done catching up on all the things we missed while we were in 1591, though. Marcus is in it, because Marcus got left in charge of the Knights of Lazarus, which are a real thing, when Matthew dipped. And so when Peter Knox killed Emily on de Clermont land, he went to the congregation and was like, this is an act of hostility, and we should abandon the covenant because of it. And everyone's like, no. But now they're pissed, because now one of the little de Clermont children is acting up and stepping out of line, and they're pretty concerned about all of these creatures who are like holed up in Sceptre and probably doing mutiny. So now they want to like inspect Sceptre, and make sure that there are not a bunch of witches and demons running around, and also to check for the Book of Life, which is a bummer because there are a whole bunch of witches and demons running around, and there's like 2 pages of the Book of Life there. And they also want collateral while they search the house. The deal is that they're gonna kidnap Ysabeau so that they can inspect Sceptre. And it's like a consensual kidnapping. Like, Matthew and Diana are like, no, and Ysabeau's like entirely unbothered, and she just tells Diana like, we all have our roles to play, and honestly this sounds kind of fun. And good for her, kidnapping never looked so hot. Before Ysabeau goes off to her consensual kidnapping, she hears that Marcus is up looking at the de Clermont pedigree. The de Clermont pedigree is apparently a thing that they have had for all of this time that he has never looked at, and it is like a book that is full of like every vampire that has ever been made under the de Clermont like tree of vampires. And don't worry, it's not eugenics. Pedigree is a family tree, more or less. It's mostly used to refer to dogs. But yeah, apparently Marcus has discovered this, and Ysabeau is like, oh, this is gonna be hilarious. Because this is how Marcus gets to find out that Matthew has blood rage, which we knew, but Marcus didn't know. And Marcus is like, bro, you made me? And you had blood rage? And you made me? And Matthew is like, it was the Enlightenment, which is the funniest thing in the entire book. And we also find out that Marcus apparently kept making vampires in America during the Revolution, and Matthew just kept killing them because of the blood rage. And he just didn't tell Marcus, and just basically told Marcus that he was a failure. All of his vampires were dying. That was the only way to get him to stop making them. So much of this book is just people sitting around and talking, revealing secrets that they knew, but none of us knew, and they just never thought to bring it up. Like the fact that Ysabeau, Philippe, Martha, and pretty much everyone in the room was around in the early days when the congregation was formed, and has been fully aware this whole time of the fact that there was a blood rage vampire in Jerusalem during Jesus' time who, a witch, she got pregnant, had a vampire baby that refused to drink breast milk and died of starvation. And that is why they made the covenant. And everyone in the room knew about this the whole time. And Matthew is like, Philippe should have told me when he met Diana. And then he's like, actually, Ysabeau, you should have told me when I brought her home to September. To which Ysabeau responds, yeah, well, if we all did what we should, we could all live in paradise. End of sentence. No apologies. Just like, well, bummer. I love her. I love her. I love her. Yeah. They're like, we thought it was a rumor, and then proceed to give a very detailed explanation of the story that answers every single one of the questions that they all have about it. Anyway, Gallaglass is calling Diana Auntie the whole time, and that has the same energy as Diana calling her father Daddy, which is to say terrible energy, especially because Gallaglass later is like, I'm in love with you. I've been in love with you for years, which just makes it even weirder. We're further along on the incest scale than I would particularly like to be at this point, but they're getting like threats from Benjamin. Oh, the secret blood rage vampire starts sending them threatening notes and phone calls. So they leave September and go back to Diana's home in Madison because they're not concerned about their carbon footprint. Private planes are nothing to them. They are the Taylor Swift of vampires. They are not concerned with their jet emissions. Yeah, so now we can start the plot, right? And the general plot of this book is find the Book of Life, stop the evil blood rage son Benjamin, have babies. Okay, end the covenant and start a new. It's a long list. Now, throughout the first two books, we have not really addressed the fact that Diana is mortal and Matthew is a vampire, right? Because this is usually such a big deal, I sort of assumed that it was I assumed it was off the table. Because she's a witch, it just wasn't a thing they were worried about. She could just like do spells to stay young forever. But apparently not, because Matthew does suddenly bring up that he is only going to have like 60 years with her. And I find it so interesting that this is the first time it comes up. This is a subject that's very near and dear to my heart because I love this about vampire stories. Vampire stories can be used to explore so many things. One of the most powerful, I think, is the immortal vampire, mortal human dynamic. And it really frustrates me when people look at these situations and they just go, oh my god, he's 500 years old, that's predatory, that's gross. If he looked 500 years old, we would never think this is okay. And it's like an overly literal interpretation that sort of parallels like the reaction to incest stories in Gothic literature that we talked about, right? Like, sure, yeah, if you're 500 years old, don't date a 19-year-old. Didn't think I needed to write that one down, okay? You miss so much when you stop there. If your criticism of these immortal mortal relationships starts and ends with if he looked his age, we would find it gross, but we don't, then you're missing so much of the story and so much of the like analysis and the depth, like emotions and the lessons and the heart of what this is. Because the immortal mortal relationship dynamic is not about age gaps. It's about loving something you know will die. It is about vulnerability. Vulnerability in the face of centuries of pain, centuries worth of trauma, and centuries of experience. Jading someone. And the strength and vulnerability and hope that it takes to love something after that when you already know how it is going to end. That's the metaphor, right? Like, we have terrible experiences. We have terrible relationships, and you go into a relationship thinking that you know how this is going to end, but you have to do it anyway. And that's really hard. And the vampire or any kind of immortal creature take on that is pushing it to its extremes, right? It's telling a story about someone who has an unthinkable level of bad experiences and traumas, who knows for a fact how it's going to end. Even if it goes perfectly by human standards, there is an expiration date, right? And you have to choose to do it anyway. And on the human side, how it feels to be someone who does not understand that and can't comprehend the experience and pain that your partner has. But you have to be sensitive to it and to navigate the fact that someone is troubled by something that you cannot empathize with, and how it feels for there to be this like gaping wound in the middle of your relationship, this elephant in the room, this thing that you both have to build around and choose to work through and around. It's so beautiful and it's so powerful, and like that's kind of why I love when they do get turned into vampires in the end, because it feels like a reward for successfully going for it, you know? And because I also have commitment issues. It's such a beautiful thing to explore. It's my favorite thing. And so I really assumed that, like, if this was an issue in this universe, it would have been brought up already. I just assumed that this is not a thing that's going to be a problem. And I was kind of like, nice. You know what? For the sake of the fact that this is a very, very long and confusing book, we don't need any more angst from these two. And to see it come up here, it's like, I feel like maybe they just couldn't decide in the first two whether or not they were going to engage with this, whether they wanted it to be a problem. Like, they couldn't decide if maybe Diana had a magic spell that could keep her young or not. But even when we're in Matthew's perspective, when we are and he's thinking about all of the reasons that they can't be together and all of the fears that he has about their relationship, never once in book 1 or book 2 does he mention the fact that she's gonna die. And when they're talking about all of the reasons that they shouldn't be together in the beginning, it's all about the covenant, it's all about the congregation, it's all about like external forces. They never once bring this up, ever. It would be like the first thing on my mind if someone was like, I'm 200 years old. I'd be like, oh, so is this a date? Matthew acts like this is something that he has been concerned about, and someone's just like, well, turn her into a vampire. And Matthew, unpredictably, considering that she is currently bearing children who are part vampire, he is like, no fucking way, that's my worst nightmare. Which is a direct contrast to book 2, where he tells Diana that he will love her for whoever she becomes. He tells some guy that he would not love vampire Diana because she would be someone else. And then they never bring it up again. Anyway, Diana's wearing a disguise spell because she sparkles now. She sparkles, and it's fine, apparently. She sparkles because her weaver magic is, like, out of control. She's, like, dropping knots and cords, picking them up, trapping them under cups, and then she's holding them like they're shoelaces in her pocket. They, like, attach to her skin, like Girl with the Dragon Tattoo style, and, like, take shape of, like, the emblem of the Claremonts, and it's just, I don't know. Also, turns out Diana's ambidextrous. She thought she was right-handed, but apparently not. Sarah says that she's ambidextrous. She just never noticed because school told her to use her right hand. And she can control death. and her hair is also different and more luscious, and all she's missing is heterochromia, to be honest. So Diana's practicing her magic. We get another scary video message from Benjamin, the evil blood rage vampire son. He has kidnapped a witch and is repeatedly assaulting her, attempting to get her pregnant because he doesn't know about the Weaver thing. He doesn't know that Diana's pregnant, and he doesn't know that Diana can only carry children because she's a Weaver. So they're like, we should really do something about this, and then they don't. Instead, we watch characters come to insane other conclusions for chapters on end until, thank God, a true savior comes in, and that is Diana's friend Chris from Yale. Chris is the molecular biologist from Yale who Diana called when she first met Matthew and was like, what's the deal on this de Claremont guy? And he was like, oh, he hates women, but he's really smart. He takes the magic thing in stride and just says, so let me get this straight. Matthew's bad seed is engaged in some down-home genetics research involving a hereditary condition, a kidnapped witch, and some half-baked ideas about eugenics. Round of applause for someone who understands what's going on. But yeah, he comes in and he starts science-splaining to Matthew. He's like, yeah, I mean, there's Darwinism and Mendelism, but like, there are so many other genetic theories. He's like, I mean, gene conversion, infectious heredity, genomic imprinting, mosaicism. Ring any bells, Professor Claremont, or would you like me to continue the lecture I give to my undergraduates? Anyway, they're trying to explain to Chris, like, what's going on and, like, what the vibe is. And he's like, covenant? And they're like, the congregation was established to enforce the covenant, to keep us safe from human attention and interference, I said, sticking to my guns nonetheless. In exchange, we all stay out of human politics and religion. Yeah, remember Matthew was a spy for Queen Elizabeth? And Chris is like, yeah, it sounds like racism. They're like, no. And he's like, think what you want, but forced segregation, or the covenant, if you want to be fancy about it, is often about concerns for racial purity. Chris propped his legs up on the coffee table. Your covenant probably came into being because witches were having vampire babies. Making humans more comfortable was just a convenient excuse. Thank you. So clearly she gets it. Chris also gathers like his whole class of like Yale students to help work on this whole thing. They try to like really gently like break it to the students like what they are and what's happening, and he's just like, all right, raise your hand if you're a demon. Then like 3 of them raise their hands. And he's just like, sick. Matthew makes more comments about how he does not sparkle under any circumstances. Fuck off. There's nothing wrong with sparkling. It's actually hilarious and fun and horrifying all at the same time. You're a pussy. It's fine when your wife sparkles, but you don't want to sparkle. Is it too girly for you, Matthew? Too feminine for your masculine-ass biology major? You and your wolf research? I want to see Matthew's AO3 bookmarks. That's what I want to see. Anyway, so they go to look at the Voynich manuscript again, this time in 2018, 20 whatever. And she tells us, like, the Voynich manuscript, now Bienick Library MS-408, as if anybody calls it that. There's not a scholar in sight. Anyway, Diana's like, can I touch it? And the librarian is like, no. So she's just like, I'm a book witch. And then the librarian is like, okay, cool. So they like cast a spell to hide them from the cameras and make it look like she's not touching the pages, but she is touching the pages. Right? And we know this because the librarian is like, Diana, your spell isn't working. It looks like you're touching the pages exactly how you're supposed to. And Diana's like, yeah, because I cast a spell so that you can't see me doing the thing I'm not supposed to be doing. And it's like, why did you tell her then? If you were going to make her victim to your spell, why did you even ask to touch the pages in the first place? Why put her in this position? I don't know. So Diana's like having a conversation with the book. They get a 3rd page. And then to add to the list of things that the book just introduces to us but doesn't explain until way later, the phone rings and Matthew picks it up and hands it to Diana and he's like, your brother is calling. I was like, didn't she eat her twin in the womb? Like, I thought... And he's talking about Baldwin, which is his brother. But apparently he's more of Diana's brother because Philippe made the blood vow, to the point where he is calling his brother her brother and doesn't find that strange at all. Okay, whatever. Calling because he's like, hey, remember how you were supposed to like be chill and like lay low Like, you have told all of the creatures in Yale that you are a witch pregnant with a vampire, and now all of the vampires and witches and demons in New York know about this. The idea of laying low is apparently purely a fantasy that none of them put a single ounce of effort into accomplishing. The science in the lab with Chris is paying off, though, because they find out some interesting, fun, little weird things about this Ashmole 782, the Book of Life. They call it the Book of Life. I don't know if I explained that to you earlier, but they call it the Book of Life, right? It supposedly holds all of the secrets of immortality, which... So these rare books, right? If the words were printed with a printing press, then it was a book. If they're handwritten, it's a manuscript. If there are illustrations, then it is illustrated. If those illustrations are brushed with a precious metal, then it is illuminated. We talked about all of that stuff. What we didn't talk about was what the books are made of. Right? So today we have paper. Regular paper is plant-based, right? We all know paper comes from trees. Lots of paper kills lots of trees. That's why we recycle it. Parchment traditionally comes from animals. It's a specially treated, stretched type of animal skin that can take being written and drawn on, and it will hold what you write and draw on it. Vellum is like an extra special, fancy type of parchment, okay? So you have paper is from trees, parchments from animals. Vellum is a very special, fancy type of parchment. Vellum is made of calf's skin. Think like veal. Veal is like expensive meat. Vellum is like expensive paper. It's very smooth, very durable, and it's very expensive. So when you find old books that are made of vellum, you know that whoever made and owned this book had a lot of money. That's part of why people don't necessarily think that the Voynich manuscript is fully a hoax. That is a very expensive hoax because the Voynich manuscript is printed on vellum. Likewise, if you've ever heard of the Codex Gigas, which is the Devil's Bible, it's so cool. It is a massive, massive Latin Bible that when you open it, it contains randomly this like huge, horrifying devil drawing. And nobody knows like how it got made. It weighs 165 pounds. The pages are 50 centimeters, 20 inches tall. Okay, and it's made of vellum. It would have cost the same as like a luxury car. Like, this is an expensive ass book, and it's got too many pages for one person to have written. However, it appears as if one person has written them. So the legend goes that like this reclusive monk in like a Bohemian monastery broke his monthly vows. He was sentenced to being like cask of Amontillado, right? He was going to be walled up alive. And he basically was like, please don't. I will write you a whole Bible in a night. And they were like, yeah, funny. Sure. Clock's a ticking and it gets to midnight and he's like, damn, I am not very close to finishing this Bible. So he makes a deal with the devil to help him finish writing the book. And that's why there's this massive, crazy looking devil image just like in the middle. But it's so cool. It's like one of the coolest manuscripts ever, to be honest. I'm surprised that it didn't come up in this book because I think it's sick. But one of the things that they find so interesting about it is how expensive it would be because it is made of vellum and there are hundreds of pages. I think they say it initially contained 320 sheets. 12 of them are missing. Maybe I will write Discovery of Witches, but like with the missing pages from the Devil's Bible. Should I? I don't have time for that. So they're looking at the vellum of the pages from Ashmole 782 that they have. And what they notice is that they can't figure out what animal they're from. And that's because they're not from an animal. The pages of Ashmole 782 are not printed on traditional vellum. They are not made out of animal skin. They are made out of the skin of creatures. A witch, a demon, and a vampire bound together with their hair, and it's really gross and kind of sick. They also notice that the pages are heavy, super, super heavy compared to regular standard vellum pages. Regular vellum pages are probably going to be like an ounce. These pages are coming in at like 13 ounces sometimes. Sometimes they're 13 ounces, sometimes they're 15 ounces, sometimes they're 6 ounces, sometimes they're 90. They are fluctuating in weight as they are studying them, which is crazy. So definitely a magic book. One of the theories is they're like, oh, it's clearly like a magical container. There must be other pages inside of the page, but it doesn't fold, right? It doesn't unfold. It's not a folio piece. So a lot of these books, instead of it just being turn, 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 they would sometimes open up again and again, and you would get like these 6-fold. That's why they called them folios, as there was like 2, and then a quarto would have 4, and then I think you can do up to 8, but like in like old Shakespeare books, you have like the first folio and they're all on kind of 2 pages, and then the quarto is where they were written on 4, and those are bigger pieces, so they're kind of more expensive but also easier to put more stuff on. They're like, this is just a singular page, it's not a folio, so what could be in it? And Diana is like, it's a palimpsest. It's a magical palimpsest. And a palimpsest is something that Diana did notice about it earlier. And a palimpsest, a manuscript or piece of writing material on which later writing has been superimposed or effaced on earlier writing. So you're writing over top of other writing. Usually it would be sort of scraped off, and then you would try and write something on top of it. And it was a way of like reusing paper, but it's like also a magical thing, I guess, because it is a story within a story, I think. And metaphorically and colloquially, it's like when something is new but like bears resemblance of what it used to be. Like she was a palimpsest of all that came before her. They haven't figured out quite what it is a palimpsest like of. I think Diana still has to try and like crack the spell, but there's like a spell within a spell, and there is words and information encased in these pages that has been intentionally hidden for centuries. It was waiting for Diana to unlock the spell. So the book never really contained like alchemical stories. It didn't originally hold versions of the alchemical wedding. The versions of the alchemical wedding, the Filius Philosophorum, the like dragons dripping blood, the images that we saw on the missing pages were put on top of whatever it was hiding. Whatever secrets were in that book, whatever was written down, was magically hidden inside of it. And then these other images were put on top because the book was then kind of spelled and hidden away in the Bodleian to wait for Diana to ask for it. Which is all very helpful information, but it doesn't tell us what is in the pages, and Diana doesn't know how to figure that part out. So she's getting frustrated. Diana is frustrated with her inability to solve this big magical mystery, and also frustrated with she's got a new bodyguard. Gallowglass is here, right, from 1591. He's in love with her. He calls her auntie. He won't leave her alone. And she's like hanging when this like young blonde vampire youngster rocks up, and he's like, "Sup, mom?" No, he actually says, "You're hard to find, Mistress Royden." And she's like, holy shit. And Gallowglass does like a spiritual spit take because this is Jack, the kid they abandoned in 1591. And Gallowglass is like a spiritual spit take. I told you it was going to come bite them in the ass. Speaking of bite, he's got blood rage. Surprise, surprise. And there's a bit of a scuffle that is broken up by none other than Vampire Priest King of Not London, Andrew Hubbard. And the line that Diana uses is, "The Vampire King of London was in New Haven." Diana's words, not mine. Yeah, Jack's here, the priest is here. Apparently the dog is here. I don't think it's a vampire dog, but they did have a dog in 1591. And he does still have a dog. And the dog, like listens to Matthew. It's probably not a vampire dog, but I prefer to think that it is a vampire dog. I think that they made the dog a vampire, which makes this so much more fun. So why is Vampire Jack and the vampire priest and the vampire dog here in New Haven? Good question. That's a great question. I would love to know the answer to that. Apparently the answer is just to drop more tea about the fam. Just to have another family meeting where they can say like, hey, the vampire priest is actually Matthew's grandson because Vampire Priest King was sired by crazy blood rage son Benjamin. So then he sired Jack, and that's how he got blood rage. Just like how Jory in Flowers in the Attic was like, well, knowing that my stepfather is my mother's brother actually makes him more of my dad because he shares my blood. Matthew is low-key like, this actually makes you more my son than you were when you were just my human adopted child that I abandoned. And like, maybe I'm a little too drunk and exhausted. But this is low-key fun. Like, I think I was drunk when I was reading and writing this, but apparently I was not as miserable in this last section of the book. It's kind of almost camp. It's almost campy and fun. It's comical the way that information is just being dropped in chapter like 17. We're just getting exposition dumps about so many things that have happened when we were not there. All the interesting stuff happens off page. Benjamin apparently like had Jack like in his custody at one point. But before we can finish that line of questioning, the dragon Fire Drake comes in. Remember, Diana's got a dragon living in her boobs, and that comes in, and so we completely abandon that line of questioning and go back to talking about the plague. So Annie the witch died in the plague. The sun most certainly did not come out tomorrow for her, but Jack was human, so they made Jack into a blood rage vampire. And the priest is like, hey, I told him when he was dying of the influenza, the plague, I told him like, yo, my blood is kind of fucked. And Jack was like, I'm dying. I'm not picky. Which is a valid argument. Valid argument. Bing, bang, boom. He is a vampire. 600 years later, they can have this interaction. So eventually we revisit the topic of Benjamin had Jack, because apparently he kidnapped him very briefly. And during this time, he was like, Benjamin was telling him like, your father would never love you, like Matthew would never claim you as his son because you're sick like me. And Matthew is like, that's not true, even though like it's very much true. First of all, he did abandon Benjamin because he was blood raged. He wiped him off the pedigree. He disowned him. He's exactly right about what happened. And second of all, he already abandoned Jack when he was a human child. You think he's gonna not care now? I think he had every right to believe. However, luckily, Jack seems to have acquired, by assimilation, Diana's particular line of logical thinking, which is to say, none. And he does not believe him. So, anyway, the only thing that really does upset him about the memories of his time in captivity with Matthew's blood rage son Benjamin is the way that Benjamin made him kill people. Because apparently it was so horrifying that he, like, vomits blood, which is a thing that vampires can do. And this makes the killing okay, right? Apparently Benjamin's blood rage killing is, like, particularly cruel compared to everyone else's blood rage killing, which is fine, I guess. And I guess they're not mad. Which is like, I don't know. I'm gonna go on a longer tangent about this later, I think. But like murder is bad is not a hot take. Like, nobody likes killing people, you know? People who do murder don't, like, it's not like their favorite thing. Most of the people that have killed people in real life, like, do regret it. Like, it fucks their, like, it haunts them for the rest of their lives. Like, psychologists who talk to people who have committed violent crime talk about it being very difficult for the person to even think about and talk about that time. It is a traumatic event. I'm not saying it's fine. I'm not. but the fraction of people who don't care and don't feel bad is small, right? True crime, big true crime would have you believe that there are a lot of sociopathic serial killers who are treating murdering pretty young white women as a game, and that is the biggest threat out there. No, you're way more likely to be harmed by someone that you know, and you are way more likely to be harmed if you are not a pretty young white woman. With the exception of like cis straight white men. I think that they're the exception. And like, okay, there's just something about this interaction that they have where Jack is talking about how the vampire son that Matthew disowned because he murdered people made him murder people, and he feels so guilty about it. And like, the first thing that Diana and Matthew do is absolve him of all responsibility for those murders, right? She is like, it's not your fault, he made you do it. Diana like really just kind of tries to take responsibility for it herself, right? She's like, Jack was our responsibility and we weren't there for him, which is true. And then Matthew is just like, but we're here for him now. There's nothing we can do for the other kid we abandoned except pray for her soul and rest. And then he like tells Diana to shower because she smells like Jack's blood, and fuck off. I find this whole dynamic so weird and strange because Jack is the same as Benjamin. That is what Benjamin made sure of that. Like, Benjamin kidnapped him specifically because Benjamin is upset that Matthew abandoned him because he has the same thing that Matthew has. Whether it was justified or not, he is hurt. And he wants Matthew's other vampire son to feel this way. And so he makes him into the same thing, and he does the same thing. And the narrative just treats it so entirely differently. They are the same. The only difference is that we see Jack being so horrified by this that he like vomits blood. And so therefore it's like, okay, right? Like, he's kind of absolved of the responsibility for those murders because he feels so bad about it. And because it was really a bad influence that made him do it. Sort of the same way that Matthew is like absolved of the murders of all the blood rage vampires because Philippe was like using him like a hound dog to do it. And he's absolved from all the assassinating that he does and all the witches that he kills because he just was like following orders, right? And as long as he says like, I feel bad about it, it's fine. And I don't like the way that this narrative, this whole series, just does not ever let its characters take responsibility for their actions. These characters are never put in a position to make a bad choice. It's always the only choice, right? Whenever they do the bad things, like whenever the vampires kill, it's because they are forced to. They are forced by someone else. It's not their fault, right? Like, Diana kills Juliet because but only after she has basically killed Matthew, right? To the point where she needs a goddess's help to step in. There's no gray area. There's no discussion about like what it means to kill people when you're a vampire, because the way that they treat murder as vampires is the same way that we treat murder as humans. And those should not be the same thing because vampires are not real. Look, like, murder is bad is not a hot take, right? Nobody likes killing people. And even people who do murder usually don't love it. None of the people in the book or the show who kill people ever have to take responsibility for it because the narrative does not give them responsibility for it. It really is not necessarily Jack's fault that he got like kidnapped and forced to kill people. It would be more interesting if it was, but it's sort of written off, right? Like, just like how Matthews is written off. It's written off like they're soldiers. Like, soldiers are just kind of given absolution because you're following orders. As opposed to like other vampire stories where like it is their fault and they did choose to do it. And it's a terrible thing that they did and that they knew they were doing when they did it. Because it's a metaphor, you guys, because we are reading beyond the surface level, which is vampire kills person, because vampires are not real. Vampires aren't real, so therefore vampires killing people is not a real thing. Vampires killing people is representative of doing a terrible thing. It's the magical vampire world equivalent to harming people, which we all do. We have all hurt people. It happens. That's part of being human. You cause harm. There's actually a really great video essay by the leftist cooks who I love and have harm and justice and remorse and things like that. And so you can check that out. But it's a thing that happens, and that is, again, what makes a lot of these vampire stories so compelling, is that we're able to engage with the idea of doing the worst possible thing without having to name a specific worst possible thing that a human could do, right? It's able to be a stand-in for whatever is the worst thing that you have done in your life, or whatever is a thing that is bad in your life that you don't feel guilty for, or a thing that's bad in your life that you had to do but you still do feel guilty about. Like, it's a stand-in for whatever. Except in this All Souls trilogy, here it's just murder. Like, it's just treated like human murder. Like, they're treated like soldiers. That's why they don't have to take responsibility, because they were forced to. They had to. And that's that. Anyway, they keep fighting, and somehow it lets slip that Diana and Father Hubbard made a deal with her blood, and Matthew is pissed. And I just want to read you the line, because it says, "The forbidding look Matthew directed my way silenced me immediately. Even though the 21st century was no place for a Renaissance prince, and a year ago I would have protested his high-handedness, now I knew that my husband was hanging on his control by a very slender thread." It's a weird way to phrase it, right? Because she concedes, right? He shoots her a look and she shuts up. That's not necessarily weird to me. What's weird is that she goes on to justify that, right? It feels like pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, or like the Streisand effect. Like, because she calls attention to it, because she justifies shutting up because he gave her a look, I'm like, sus. It could have very easily just been, I sensed that this was not an argument that I was going to win. Or like, I could tell that this was a non-negotiable. Or I would prefer to have this conversation in private. Like, any kind of reasonable explanation for like understanding what your partner means when they shoot you a look. But the fact that she is talking about how she would have argued a year ago because she's a 21st century feminist woman, but today she's so concerned over his control and she doesn't want to trigger him, so she shuts up. And it just feels like way more toxic and abusive than anything in the fucking Twilight books, let me tell you. But anyway, so Matthew finds out that Diana gave the priest a bit of her blood, and he is pissed. And so he goes to Father Hubbard and he's like, "And did you know I was your grandsire? Did you put your name in the goblet of fire?" Diana also tells us, "By knowingly taking my blood and seeking out my thoughts and memories, Andrew Hubbard had done the vampire equivalent of watching his grandparents have sex." Anyway, we're 20 chapters in, and many a problem has been raised, okay, that needs solving, right? We've still got to figure out what the book is for. We've got to figure out the covenant thing. We've got to save that witch that Benjamin has kidnapped in England or wherever. Have babies. Diana is having twins, magical vampire twin babies. And we've got to not get killed in the process. And we've got to train Jack out of his blood rage, right? We've got lots of problems that need solving. And instead of doing any of those things, Diana is reading articles on wolfpack parenting. And this is not the first time that I have questioned whether or not Deborah Harkness's AO3 account contains a certain type of verse. If somebody does read ABO and does read Omegaverse and has also read this book series, I would love like a breakdown of whether or not you think that this was originally like Omegaverse. Because I don't know enough about the genre to do it myself. But I watched that Lindsay Ellis videos, and I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm getting delirious. Flash forward like a week, Jack is sort of frantically drawing Benjamin. Oh my god, this is this part. Wait, flash forward like a week or so, Jack is frantically drawing Benjamin's face in charcoal on the walls of the lab, which is a thing that he does, apparently. Oh, Oh my God. Okay. I am pretty sure, like, whatever, why not? So this is so ridiculous that at the time that I was reading it and trying to take notes to summarize, I was so fucking floored that I had to stop and film some of it. So here is me several weeks ago, on my second time reading this book, trying to understand what is going on. Cue the tape. Okay. I don't know if, like, I'm a little drunk. I've had a glass and a half of wine. And I have been working on this script and reading this third book for like 6 or 7 hours. So I might be delirious. But like, almost funny. Like, it's kind of getting hilarious. Like, was I wrong? Like, am I wrong about this? And is this book incredible? Because I have to tell somebody, I have to talk about this before I lose this feeling, because what the fuck is going on? Matthew and Diana briefly adopt and abandon a child in 1591. That child gets turned into a vampire by Matthew's grandson in Vampire Land, making him Matthew's great-grandson. So Matthew's adopted child, who is now his vampire great-grandson, is blood-raged and deranged and like climbing on furniture and drawing on the walls in like a fucking, like, in a spell, in a haze. And Matthew starts to play the cello in order to fix this problem. And he tells us that Matthew had chosen the piece carefully, the Lacrimosa from Johann Christian Bach's Requiem. In case you didn't fucking know who Bach is. Like, this is a woman who doesn't describe an omelette ever, despite using the word all the time, who just expects us to know what an Ouroboros is. But God forbid we don't know Johann Christian Bach's government name. Oh my God. Why is Matthew playing the fucking cello right now? I can't, like, oh, this is, like, it's not fun, but, like, this is fucking ridiculous. Like, what is going on? I can't follow the plot. I am at this point with this book where I'm like, we are 21 chapters in, and, like, I can't tell you what the plot of this one is. Like, the other ones, like, vaguely have a, like, I mean, the second one's just like, we're in 1591. Like, that's the plot. But, like, what, like, it just keeps feeling like we just keep getting told information. Like, that's, like, it's like we're just preparing for something. It's like, it feels like we're 21 chapters of exposition. Are we? Like, I think there's only, like, 35. But, like, we still don't know what's going on. And there are so many questions and plot threads that are just being stopped, okay? There are, like, someone will ask a question and then something will happen to interrupt that line of questioning, and then we just never go back to it. Never. Like, vital questions, like, vitally important questions, like, did you get the results of the chemical test that we ordered last week? Get interrupted by, like, a loud noise. And no one ever follows up on whether or not we got the lab results. Like, what? Like, oh my God. Like, Diana's like, I feel bad. Matthew's like, don't. And then the dragon comes in, and that's the end of that. Like, also, Matthew's, like, super Catholic now. Matthew's Catholic, I guess. I mean, I guess he wasn't, like, not Catholic before, and that shit does not leave you. But, like, now he's, like, doing the sign of the cross. Like, he's, like, saying that he's Catholic. He's, like, telling people that he's Catholic. And now he's playing Lacrimosa. He's playing, let's see, while he played Matthew bent his head in supplication. Fucking girl. Johann Christian Bach, you have to explain, but supplication, you're just going to toss in there. Had a choir been present as the composer intended, they would have been singing the Latin Mass for the dead. Since he was alone, Matthew made the cello's mournful tones imitate the absent human voices. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean?
he made the mournful tones imitate absent human voices. Like, I don't play the cello, but I vaguely play the violin, and like double stops are hard. And I don't even think that little Paganini girl could play two things at once on the cello. Like, what, you have one bow. What are you talking about? And then it's got lyrics, and it says Lacrimosa dies ia. Dies ia. Matthew's cello sang, tearful will be that day on which from the ash arises the guilty man who is to be judged. I'm guessing that's the Latin translation of, oh, he only gives us one line of the Latin, but 3 lines of the, also it's a cello? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Matthew's praying while he's playing the music, and I just, oh my god. Matthew took up the strains of Beethoven's cello in Sonata number 1 in F major. And then, let me guess, she's gonna tell us why Beethoven, what that backstory. Yup, Beethoven had written that piece for piano as well as for the cello, but Matthew hoped Jack was familiar enough with the music to fill in the missing notes. Like, so you can imitate voices along with the cello sound, but not a piano and like, what? I don't, oh my god. I feel like I'm going like crazy reading this, and not in a fun way. Like, this is not fun. Like Flowers in the Attic was fun. Like, this is crazy. Why are we talking about the Statue of Liberty? What the fuck?
The word gets out about this event, I guess, and Baldwin shows up and is like, you gotta kill that kid. Like, this is not okay. He's crazy. And Matthew is like, okay, maybe I will. And Diana is like, but please don't. And so he's like, okay, fine. But if I'm not gonna kill him, the only way to not kill Jack is for Matthew to like formally form a scion, which is just his own vampire family, I guess. In order to do that, he needs to go to New Orleans to convince a bunch of Marcus's children to join him, even though he did murder all of their siblings that one time. And he doesn't want Diana to come with him because he thinks that he might accidentally kill her. And so they're gonna separate, and she's like, when will you be back? And he's like, could be years. You have several planes, my man. Marcus also drops the fact that he has more than 1,000 vampires, demons, and witches who've already like agreed to support them in taking down the congregation. And Matthew's like, they're never gonna listen to you once they find out what you're asking them to fight for. And what being his 2 half-breed babies. And Marcus is just like, how do you think I recruited them in the first place? Do you really think you're the only 2 creatures on the planet who have reason to dislike the Covenant's restrictions? Which, thank you. That's what I've been saying. Like, no, Matthew, you're not the first. You're just the first one with money and political power and narrative potential, I guess. Look, I'm so over this. I'm just gonna speed run. Diana goes back to London, which is the city where Matthew's blood-raged son has kidnapped a witch in order to impregnate her. But it's fine because she has a very fancy house in London. So she goes there, Ysabeau comes, and Ysabeau starts so much drama just by being there because apparently she just, everywhere she goes, she just draws a bunch of attention and yells at people until they listen to her, which is badass. The bed that is in Matthew's apartment is their same bed from 1591. He bought before they went to 1591, and it was the only house and bed that he's never taken another girlfriend to ever. I don't know. There's like $5 million paintings in the bathroom of this house as well, and the Phoebe auction girl is like, there's $5 million paintings hanging above your toilet. And Ysabeau's just like, Margaret was not the kind of woman to be bothered by a bit of exposed flesh. Apparently the painting is of some famous dude's daughter, and Ysabeau is just like, look, if his daughter drowns in the toilet, that's on him for being a prick. We're at a point where like every other chapter is in that third person omniscient. I mean, by the time we get to chapter 30, we are bouncing between first and third person omniscient with like every other paragraph with like stars in between them. It is impossible to follow. Benjamin kills the witch that he had kidnapped. And Matthew comes back. Diana has her babies. It's gross. He like knights them when they're 10 days old, and everybody starts calling them my lord and my lady, and everybody has to call Matthew Seer. and like one of them's more vampire and one of them's more witch, and they are born like several minutes apart, so they have different astrological signs. They have a christening, and then Diana basically promises that if her children start to be violent, she's gonna spellbind them. And she also says that she'll spellbind Jack or Benjamin or like other vampires. And I didn't know you could do that, but apparently you can. And even though that is like a crazy crime and Diana hates that happened to her, she's like, I'll do it if it means that you'll leave us alone, like if I need to protect society or whatever. The dragon that lives in Diana can talk now and is like, hey, I can go get you the book, but then like you have to set me free and I won't be living inside of you anymore. And Diana's like, no. And the dragon's like, come on, be a big girl. And so she does. I thought that the dragon was going to go like find the book and bring it back. She just like points to a cardboard box that says marked for inspection. And the book's been there the whole time, just on the desk in the Bodleian Library. And they put it together and it contains just like a really long poem that recounts the books that we have just read. Only instead of magic babies, they're just called Brightborn. They get a name. We find out that the babies are not just half-breed magic babies born to blood rage vampires and weavers. They are something called Brightborn, capital B. And then, like, the pages, I'm gonna, like, play the scene, hopefully, because the words, like, Diana, like, absorbs the text, and everyone realizes that she has been the book of life the whole time. What does that mean? God only fucking knows. Because instead we have to cut to Matthew got kidnapped by his blood rage son Benjamin and is being held in a Nazi, like a Nazi torture chamber at a concentration camp. And so now they have to go rescue him, but apparently they need the congregation's permission. And so they're like, if we take the proof that the Book of Life is about these Brightborn babies that are symbols of the fact that procreation is possible between species, they'll have to agree not to kill the babies and to repeal the covenant and to go and save Matthew. Like, and it doesn't even go quickly. It's like several days of congregation meetings and her like presenting her case for the fact that like she is the Book of Life and therefore we're not so different, you and I, before they agree to go save her husband. I don't know. Anyway, it's apparently much easier than we thought it was to start a scion. Diana just like shows up, hands a girl some paperwork, and is like, will you file this form that makes my husband and I's family official? And the girl's just like, yeah, totally. And then she gives the congregation a summary of the book we just read. So then before and she's like, yeah, like vampires, blood rage vampires and weavers can have children because weavers create spells and thus create life, and everybody is like, bullshit. And then some girl on the congregation is like, no, that's not true. My grandmother was a Brightborn baby of a weaver and a vampire. Okay, sure, fine, I guess. Why, if everybody knew that this was a thing, why have we been looking for this fucking book? If Isabel heard about this, if Martha knew about this, if everybody who formed the congregation knew that this was a thing that was possible and that it is still happening, like, that's what? And like, and her dad was a weaver. So like weavers are all over the place. And she's also got like eternal life. Like she's like immortal. She's like 400 years old because she's like the grandchild of the Brightborn lady. And this vote lasts 2 days. And they're like, we're going to reconvene in the morning. And then Satu is there because Satu is there. Satu's a weaver. Also, Satu is a weaver, and Satu says to Diana, she's like, they'll kill us if they find out what we can do. And it's like, everybody already knows. Everybody already knows what you can do. You just, oh my God, if something in my eye, You just gave like a presentation on it. Like, and every time anyone asked her a question about being a weaver, she like had an answer, right? And but she's like, they'll kill us. And Diana's response to this is, they'll kill me for loving Matthew. And it's like, will they? 'Cause like, they probably would have done it already if they could. And you are a very terrifying monster woman with an army of like 1,000 creatures behind you. And several planes. Like, I think you're gonna be fine. So Diana spellbinds Satu and then threatens to tell the congregation that she is spellbound, which will apparently get her kicked off of the congregation in exchange for Satu voting in her favor. Even though spellbinding is like a crime. It was like a thing that you only did to like evil witches. Like, it was like a prison sentence. It works though, because she wins and the congregation agrees to rescue Matthew. And by congregation, I mean just that girl who was the grandchild of a Brightborn person. Nobody else comes. Except for Peter Knox. I think Peter Knox shows up because Diana kills him and then her ghost father is there. Benjamin like threatens to assault her, so she shoots like a magic arrow at him and everything is over in like 4 pages. We spent multiple chapters going over the first book in this congregation meeting. And the rescue of Matthew from an abandoned concentration camp is like 4 pages. So they get home and Diana's got a lot of emails because apparently they can't like formally throw out the covenant without science proof. So they're hounding her for the scientific proof in order to like finalize the paperwork, I guess. And she's just kind of been ignoring them. But luckily Chris calls and he's like, yeah, you're not monsters. There's actually no such thing as demons, vampires, or witches. Not biologically. You're all just humans with a difference. And tell the congregation to suck that. And they're like hacking into one of the evil vampire on the congregation's emails. And he's been like having sexy email correspondence with witches and demons alike. So they blackmail him to vote their way, and Diana goes back to teaching at Yale or Oxford, and Matthew still has blood rage but is also teaching, and everybody lives happily ever after. The end. Thank God. Part 9. I'm so glad that this is over. Incomprehensible at the end. Like, fully batshit. Just absolutely made no sense. Completely insane structurally. Like, like, I'm pissed. Can you see? I'm like angry even thinking about it. Because like, why did we do any of that? Why? If everybody knew, and like the amount of, like, there are even lines that were, like, just incomprehensible of, like one of the witches warns the Brightborn girl at the congregation meeting that Diana is dangerous and will spellbind them all. And then her response is to, like, smirk and say, I think it is I who need the warning. And it's like, he just gave you the warning. And I think that what she means is, like, I'm not afraid. It's the wizard who should be afraid of me. I fucking loved that movie, by the way. Like, I don't know why. Like, I don't understand why they had to go to the congregation to get Matthew out if nobody went with them. And I don't understand how Diana's just like, I'm a palimpsest. This is proof that the covenant is bull. And like, the problem was not that no one knew that Brightborn children were super powerful. Wasn't the problem that they were scared of them? So you coming in here all crazy. She's got like white eyes now and like like tattoos of text all over her skin. She looks insane. And you coming in like that, threatening to spellbind everybody doesn't seem like it's gonna help ease people's concerns about crazy powerful creatures. I don't know. It just, one of the most horrific reading experiences I've ever had. How do I even conclude? What do I even say at the end? I don't want to spend too much time, any more time doing this because I'm exhausted and I'm ready for this to be off my plate so I can work on videos that I actually enjoy. I was so far into the research of this by the time that I felt like I couldn't abandon it. Like I'd done so much research and it just was like this cloud hanging over my head. So I hope that I'll feel better when it's done and I never have to think about this series. But it is just so disappointing and such a bummer. Like it misses so many opportunities to talk about the things that matter to us as humans. Everything from the bravery it takes to be vulnerable and in love and love after pain to colonization, like everything from like everyday human experiences to grand macro scale social issues. Like every single time it has the opportunity to say something, it doesn't. It avoids it. It skips. It makes it so insane. And it, like, as a person who really loves vampires, okay, like, I really love vampires. I love what they represent for literature, not every single time in the literature, but as a whole. I love that there is this creature that has this sort of endless literary potential and can allow us to explore things and is something that we as a society of like storytellers have taken in so many directions, and it's a like we've built this collective lore where you can like make your own vampires. You can pick and choose what elements you want to talk about and what you don't. And like it can be fun and campy, and it can be really serious and emotional. It can be both of those things. And it's so disappointing to see that potential go to waste and to see this beautiful, incredible, deep, rich, complex trope and character and literary device be tacked on to this insane, senseless, offensive, lackluster metaphor for racism. And then we're dragging the Salem witch trials into it. We're dragging the bishops into it. We're dragging real world historical figures into it. We're dragging colonizers into it. And then not even like, we're dragging all of this real world history down. And not only is it actively making the narrative difficult to process, but it is also just like offensive to all of those people. I feel like I can't say that it's the worst thing I've ever read because that feels harsh, but I think it's the worst thing that I've ever read, like objectively. Like I think if we added everything together, just think between the fact that it is a poorly constructed story, it's very, very cringe, and it also is senseless. It's not logical. The pacing is terrible. It's way overstuffed. Nothing makes too much exposition. No clear rhyme or reason as to why we are in certain perspectives. Third person omniscient. Like the text itself is not horrible. Like I've read bad writing, but the construction is so bad. And to plop eugenics on top of it, because that's what it is. Like that's the final consensus, by the way, because I think I might have skipped over it, is that the reason blood rage happens is not because of the blood that is put into the vampire. It's not because Ysabeau carried a gene and it skipped a generation from who made her. It's because Matthew already had a gene that being turned into a vampire triggered. And that gene is the same gene that demons have that makes them demons. And that gene is also what makes witches weavers. So it is because they have this one gene in common that, fuck the demons, I guess, they don't make anything special, but the witches and vampires, if they are a special enough vampire and a special enough witch, can then come together and create this child. And this situation is served to the congregation as a solution to the initial problem of the story, which is that the creatures were dying out. They are like, we are gonna keep dying out if we don't start intermixing. It just feels a weird way to say that, like, you just need to be more like us, right? It's like, if we, I'm not saying that you can only procreate within your own race, like, that's not what I'm going for, but the way that it is sort of hailed as the solution to racism is to have the most powerful of each group combine to make this, like, super version of the two species. To sort of revisit that analogy of colonization and of the colonization of the Americas and what white people did to Native American indigenous people. The children that they took from their families and put into these schools and these reform programs, and that they stripped of their culture, propped them up. Pocahontas, right? The way that she was toted around, how the savior narrative even begins of, like, if we can bring these people closer to whiteness, right? If we can bring these people closer to the things that we have, then we are doing them a favor by assimilating them. I feel like the moral of the story was, like, we're all the same and we're all human and we should just let it go because we all bleed the same color. And that's true. But we also live in a society, right? We exist in the context of all that came before. And it's so easy for people like me to forget that and to ignore that and to just not have to really think about and to romanticize the idea of, like, star-crossed lovers and to romanticize these, like, revolution dystopian stories or these stories of, like, star-crossed lovers fighting to be together. And, like, and I think that's maybe what I was really also reminded of. Maybe it's just my white guilt, like, really thriving reading this, because the whole time I'm just like, she doesn't see it. This book has absolutely no idea that it is a eugenics fantasy. It acts as if the not letting people procreate is the only form of eugenics. Like, it does not realize that this, like, propping up of these, it does not realize. I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe it's just, like, my white guilt is really being reflected back at me, and it's just making me think a lot about my experience with narratives like this and my experience, like, trying to educate myself in these manners, because it's so obvious. I don't know. The camera ran out of memory, which is probably a good thing, because I was really going on a bit of a downward spiral, and I don't think that that's how we should end the video. But yeah, I don't love this series. I don't love it. I think that it's a bummer. I think Discovery of Witches is bad, but I think Alchemy is cool. And I think that the fact that a bunch of weird dudes talking to angels and trying to live forever started science, I think that's cool. I wish I understood it more, but the point still stands that I think it's cool. Hopefully it goes over well. Hopefully you guys don't mind, and hopefully I will be able to focus on something that I love, and I can talk about something that I love next, which I don't know what it's gonna be. But thank you again to Surfshark for sponsoring this video. It was very exciting. I'm happy that we got to do a fun like encryption kind of crossover thing. I think that's cool. I've always thought it would be cool to like find ways. God knows I love to find a connection. I always thought it would be cool to like try and find ways to connect things. So this was really fun. So don't forget to go to the link that is in my description and you will get 4 extra months free of Surfshark. And there's also a 30-day money-back guarantee, so it's risk-free to do anyway. So check out Surfshark. You can use the link in my description. Check out my music, please. I would very much appreciate it. I want to go on a tour one day and people need to listen to it for me to do that. So I had a song called Cutting Room Floor that came out last month that would be perfect for fan edits. Just saying. I'm just saying, if the Interview with a Vampire girlies want to get on it, I won't be mad. Yeah, I have a Patreon as well. You can check that out. All the sources that I used for this video will be available for free on my Patreon. You don't need to be a member. You don't need to pay to see them. The sources are always free. Shout out to Princess Weeks and Lindsay Ellis and The Leftist Cooks, all of those videos that I referenced. They're wonderful. And oh, there's also a link in the description for you to go and bother Danaher, which is a pharmaceutical company that is charging an obscene markup for tuberculosis testing. There's more information about that. You can go bother them. I do that all the time. I'm a big nerd fighter. So yeah, bye.